A confirmation regarding the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clearly available, kindly confirm. Thank you. Yes, Lakshmi, you can cover it from the book or you can cover it from the tablet lecture, anything, whichever is convenient for you. Any of those you can cover the second portion. Yes, Vikram, all ranges in the western coast, they play a role in monsoon. Kishan, see, it is important for us to understand the topics that UPSC is asking a question from. So that is why the discussion of the PYQs, when it is done, it is to emphasize the topics and to emphasize and understand the language that UPSC plays with. Because many of the times you will see is that the topic from which the question is asked, that topic is very simple. But the manner in which the statements are twisted, that is where we end up committing mistakes. So that is the purpose of solving PYQs. See, I might end up complicating the options here while discussing, but then there is no chances or no guarantee that UPSC will stick to those kind of modified options. UPSC might revert to the earlier options as well. So let's emphasize on the right things. Ankur, concepts are clear, but accuracy is low. What can be done? Revision. Revision and revision is the only cure for that, Ankur. If any issues that prevail in the concept portion, kindly let me know. Any of us, any of the issues that prevail in the portion of concepts. Good. Amrit, that is a good marks, but there is scope for improvement. As long as you are able to find the scope for improvement, that is a good sign. The moment you are unable to find any scope for improvement, either you are scoring very nice or otherwise you need to find an outside view in order to understand where to improve. So try to improve. Kavya, for a 15 marker question, the ideal score should be around 7.5. That is the maximum score that you will be able to get is around 8. Okay, 8.5. Yes, we will cover desertification in the soil module. We cover desertification in environment ecology as well. Yes, Minu. Both of them are sufficient. Ashwan, most of the rivers, they end up following these kinds of drainage pattern. You have a couple of them who also not so prominently present in India, but you also have sometimes a rectangular pattern which is observed whereby the tributaries, the mainstream, all of them, they end up moving at right angles because of the cracks in the rocks. So other than that, most of the rivers, they follow this. See, the good score is always going to be 50%. Okay, very good score is going to be 50% of the total marks. So if the total marks of the question allotted is, let's say, 10, so the good score would be around 5 to 5.5, right? If the total marks allocated is 15, so good score will be 7 to 7.5. The 50 percentage barrier, that is maintained by UPSC. Good score in prelims depends upon the prelims paper, my dear friend. However, looking at the trend, present day trend, anywhere between 95 to 100 is considered to be good. Rahul, yes, kindly get that individual to get in touch with us. We have many of the candidates from the BHLP, the online program, who have also cleared the prelims. So that is always a good news. So mascarene are the example of development of seamount. Yes, in a way, also the formation of islands. So seamount and islands, both of them are present around the mascarene islands. Pranay, how to make our answers different from others? By citing examples and by trying to interrelate a topic, let's say from Indian geography, try to interrelate the concepts that you have studied in physiography, and that will bring the real world application along with examples. So that will be a differentiating factor. Okay. Drawing images and diagram, that comes with practice, my dear friends. You need to have a good practice before you enter the exam hall, because at that point of time, immediately at the exam hall, you cannot expect your mind to think so quickly that not only will you be able to conceive an image but also put it perfectly on the answer sheet. So that is not how it happens. So for all the major phenomena, all the major topic based notes that you prepare, always advisable to get the diagrams prepared along with that. Can an answer include both flowchart and map together? Absolutely, yes. Kishan Baijus is helping to those students who was part of previous batch. Yes. Uh, I can tell you for myself that I'm still in touch with many of them who have attended the sessions uh, two batches prior, right? And they are appearing for the interview of forest services this time. So generally what happens is, if the candidate is serious, if the candidate is very sincere, we are all ready to help out as much as is possible. So that is always going to be the case. Yes, Ashwant, and Palak, you have my mail ID. Get in touch whenever you feel the need for it, necessity for it, and I'll revert back within 2 days. Okay. How to recognize the location of a place? In the sense of, if you want to understand the latitude and the longitudinal position, always open the back page of the atlas, and there you find the place that you have to locate. It will have the page number, longitude and latitude description. Then go to that grid of longitude and latitude and you will be able to locate. How many revisions required to ace the topic? At least 3 to 4. 3 to 4 revisions are absolutely important. And more important than simply flipping through the pages, more important aspect is to write it on your in your own words. The moment you start writing in your own words, that is when you start finding loopholes in what you have understood. It's absolutely fine, Kishan, as long as you are sincere in your preparation. Always feel free to get in touch. Okay, any help whatsoever is possible. So you have the mentors who are experienced. We are a bit experienced in this field, so we will always be ready to help you out. Yes, Anjali, you can draw the images as we have shown in the class. Okay, and we have to practice world map diagram also. Yes, you have to. And Kavya, is it required to make notes in geography? For better revision, always advisable. Practice, Rahul, practice. How to study maps? So that is something, Asif, we will take a look at on Saturday. So One thing we will talk about is how to approach maps in general. But many of us are uninitiated at this stage about the maps. So, what I would suggest to you is start with the very basic. What is the basic in terms of maps? We all know where we have been born and raised up and where we belong from. Find that location on the map. Look at the areas around you, the states around you, the states surrounding those particular peripheral states. Slowly and steadily expand your vision. Okay, and then take a look at, pick any continent, for example. Start taking a look at the water bodies around that continent. So all that approach I shall be talking about in the mapping module. In the mapping module, basically that is what we are going to work upon, that how to approach the maps, not what are the factors and facts that you need to learn in a map, but how to approach it. Okay, while drawing maps, it should be accurate or precise? Absolutely not. See, there is no such requirement for that. But then it should have an India. For example, I've seen that peninsular India, if you draw it like this, it works. But if you draw peninsular India like this, obviously it doesn't work. So as long as it is close enough, it works. Can you give the rough idea about how much is the 150 word and 250 word in terms of pages? Depends upon the font size also, my dear friend. So generally, think about it: 1.5 pages to 2 pages for 150 and 2.5 for 250. You have in the answer copy the space which is given, which is allocated for the answer. Anyways, you won't have the scope to exceed that space. If I start preparing regularly from today, can I crack prelims? Absolutely, yes, my dear friend. I'll tell you why. Just raise this question at the end of the session. Remind me again, because I have seen a couple of candidates having the same issue, that I have been late in initiating the preparation. If I initiate the preparation from today, will it be enough or not? Obviously, it is enough. We'll talk about it at the end of the session. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another session of Indian Geography, where we shall be continuing our discussion about the river systems of India. So, yesterday, while carrying out the discussion, we had discussed about the aspects of, when we talk about the physiography, we had discussed about the Chota Nagpur Plateau, the Bastar Plateau, the Karnataka Plateau, the various different parts of the Peninsular Plateau system. We had talked about the formation of the Ghats, the Western and the Eastern Ghats, and the features of the associated coastline as well. Then we looked at the basic formation of Andaman Nicobar Islands, which helped us understand that why is it that Andaman Nicobar Island experiences active volcanism. After that, we looked into the portion of the drainage system, where we understood the type of sequent and insequent streams, as well as we tried to gauge an idea about the drainage patterns. Now, what is it that we are going to do today? Today, we are going to initiate the discussion about the river systems of India, in the sense that their classification, their features, interlinking of rivers, the forests, and we are going to then enter into the portion of soil and the associated problems. Okay, so let us initiate the discussion. Okay, I have 2 to 3 questions for me. Gayatri, without revision geography, I feel most difficult, but sometimes I'm understanding topics very quickly. But some topics I feel more difficult. So, isn't that very normal? Think about it. Isn't it very normal that if you think about any particular subject, few of the topics are easily understandable, few of the topics are relatively tough to understand? That is the case with any topic, any subject. And please understand, a subject like geography is a bit different. Why? Unless and until we start treating it differently, the outcome won't be different. We treat it just like how we treat a subject of history, how we treat a subject of polity, for example. In geography, the difference is that concepts drive the various different knowledgeable aspects of it. So if the basic concepts are clear, that is why we spend so much time in physiography. If physiography is clear, then please understand, just revise the physiography multiple times so that it doesn't evaporate from your mind. Keep it fresh in your mind, and then all the other portions of geography will come naturally to you when you study it. So put maximum attention to physical geography. And by that, you will be able to understand Indian geography, the other aspects of world geography, etc. Okay? So I hope, Femina, your question is also answered. And Rohit, I'm getting 7.5 out of 15. These are good. These are good. Ritika, after reading from class notes, PPT, ARM, is it necessary to read from the book? No. Pratima, I feel difficult to learn climatology. So there again, I would like to advise you that, see, it is not the entire module which will be difficult. It would be certain portions of the module, maybe the first chapter of the module itself. Try to pinpoint, whenever you find any area difficult, try to pinpoint your area of difficulty that you are facing. Only then improvement can happen. Pinpoint the area that, okay, lapse rate is something which I have not understood, so I will put my attention on lapse rate only, because the entirety of climatology, the later aspects of it, the phenomena aspects of it that we have covered, those phenomena of it, that is going to be a simple mere application of the basic concepts you learn in the initial portions of climatology. I'm sure most of you would have understood that, gauging by the responses that I have got from the class. But in general, just to test yourself, this week probably I will have a YouTube session on El Nino and its impact on Indian monsoon. I suggest you watch that. Why? Because even though we have covered some portion of it in the class itself, but you will find it much easier to understand than the rest of the public in general, because we have covered everything from the very basic. So if you cover things from very basic, the entirety of climatology will come to you naturally. And revision obviously will take time. Revision is not something which happens immediately. It will take time. It will be boring as well. Let me be very clear. Revision is one of the most boring processes out there, because you feel that it is a wastage of your time which is happening, but that is not the case. Okay. So Rahul, why I had asked to locate Jayavardhanepura Kotte is because the allocation of Jayavardhanepura Kotte as the national capital of Sri Lanka is more of an administrative division, or an administrative decision, so to say, where Colombo, in order to decongest it, in order to shift the administrative center to some part right in the vicinity of Colombo, that is why Jayavardhanepura Kotte was declared as the capital. But overall, think about it as the national capital region of Delhi, right? So that is the greater Colombo area. In that itself lies the capital of Sri Lanka. Okay, so now can we continue? It takes me 3 hours to write a weekly test. Absolutely okay. Absolutely okay. So Ruchi, you have to divide your time accordingly. Maybe you have to extract more time on the weekends. Yes, Amrit. Okay. So now we come to the classification of the river systems. Now, when we classify the river systems, we have talked about it yesterday that the classification needs to be perfect in a way that the classification of rivers, for example, if we divide them into two different parts, each of them should end up signifying their own unique property. Now, one of the methods can be dividing the river systems into the drainage, on the basis of drainage, that the rivers which drain into Arabian Sea and the rivers which drain into Bay of Bengal. Okay, so that drainage ends up deciding one of the classification. But the problem in that classification is that we are clubbing rivers like Indus and rivers like Narmada and Tapi in the same category, because both of them, they drain into Arabian Sea, but both of them are vastly different. While Indus originates from the Bokharchu glacier, Narmada and Tapi, Narmada in fact originates from the region of Amarkantak Plateau, not at all fed by snow. So that is why the classification ideally which is adopted is based on the source where it originates. So you have the basic classification as the Himalayan river system and the peninsular river system. Now, we have taken a basic look at the stages of the river development, and the youthful stage, the mature stage, the old stage, the kind of landforms which are created. Now, that will help us understand the properties of these Himalayan and the peninsular rivers. So when we take a look at it here, Indian drainage system, when it is divided on the basis of discharge of water, it can be grouped into Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal drainage. But then the issue comes about the classification aspect itself. So the classification is done on the basis of the source of origin. Where does the river system originate from? So here you have the Himalayan drainage and the peninsular drainage, right? That is the rivers originating from the region of the Himalayas, the rivers originating from the region of the peninsular part of the country. Now, why this is still an apt classification or delineation is because of very simple reason. First of all, when we talk about Himalayan drainage, they will originate from lofty peaks, lofty as in very high altitude peaks, snow covered peaks, mountains, glaciers. From there, they will end up originating. So that would mean what? Because they are being fed by melting of snow, water will be available throughout the year, almost in the same proportion. Yes, there will be a slight increase in water during the rainy season, but other than that, during the dry season also, these rivers, may you take the example of Indus, you take the example of Yamuna, Ganga, Brahmaputra, you will never come across the news story that these rivers have gotten dry, right? Or there is less water supply during the dry season. No, because there is a consistent feeding of water through the melting of snow and glacier. Whereas when you talk about the peninsular rivers, most of the or almost all these rivers, they originate due to excessive rainfall or concentrated rainfall received in a particular area. And you have the various runoff streams which keep on feeding to the river, increasing the amount of water which is present. So because the peninsular rivers, they are not fed by the melting of ice and snow, these peninsular rivers, there is a variation in the seasonal flow. And that means during the dry season, there is always going to be some or the other scarcity of water. Now, how to interrelate it? So, I'm sure in polity you would have studied about river tribunals, right? I'm hoping that you would have studied that if you have studied polity. All those who have covered it, which article covers the aspect about river tribunal? Let me see. All those who are well versed in it and who find the subject of polity very easy, which article is it that covers the river tribunals? Hmm. Okay. Yes. Find it out. Find it out. This is something that you should know. It is 262. You should be aware of this. So basically, you will observe one particular fact. In those river tribunals, what are these river tribunals? These are basically set up to resolve any water sharing dispute that you have within the states. You will find that all the rivers which have been taken up to the tribunal for conflict resolution, almost all of them are peninsular rivers. You will not find the various different states fighting for that, give me more water of river Ganga, or I need more water from river Brahmaputra. No, because they there in those rivers already there is so much water that most of the states, they are suffering from problems of excess, that is floods rather than droughts. So here, that is why you'll find that because of scarcity of water or seasonal variation in water flow in the peninsular rivers, you'll find a lot of disputes coming out in that region, maybe be it in the region or in the water sharing of Kaveri, be it in the case of Narmada, be it in the case of Mahadai, be it in the case of Godavari or Krishna, right? In fact, Kaveri has now morphed, and Kaveri water dispute and water sharing has morphed larger than the water sharing aspect. It has now become the part of the sentimental pride for the people from Karnataka and people from Tamil Nadu, that we deserve this water more than the other, and so on. So that is why it has happened. It was not present in the early times. This kind of dispute, this kind of quarrel did not exist in the early times. Why does it exist now? Because now, due to climate change, we are experiencing extreme variability of rainfall. the variability of rainfall. For example, this year, monsoon. Now, if you talk about monsoon this year, monsoon is going to be extraordinarily delayed, particularly in the northern part of the country. And why is that? Because northern part of the country has received rainfall during the month of May. Cyclone has come during the month of June in the western part. So development of low pressure has not happened. Now that development of low pressure has not happened in the northern part means what? Later part of June, maybe first week of July will be very dry in the case of the northern part of the country. Now think about it. Ideally and under normal circumstances, northern part of the country would be receiving rainfall as of now in significant quantity. But that is not happening. Why? Because the water has gotten extremely heated up and it has led to the formation of a cyclone. So climate change, what it is bringing about is an extreme variability of rainfall, where not only are the seasons where we experience rainfall, not only are they changing, but also the quantity, the amount of rainfall that we receive in one day or in a set of 10 days, that in itself is becoming very variable. So that is why you receive excessive rainfall in one day or 2 days, all that water ends up draining off, and you are left with no conserved water. And we rely on the river water, and when the river water level goes down, that is when the panic strikes. So there is an interrelation between the river flow, the nature of the river flow, the aspects of the climate change, and the socio-political impact that it has. Okay, so you need to be able to interrelate that. Okay, now here, after this, we talk about the basic features of Himalayan drainage. Now, Himalayan drainage, think about the basic feature of it. So, all the rivers which are accruable or which are classified under the portion of Himalayan drainage, all these rivers, they end up originating from a great height, very high altitude. And they originate because of, or they are fed with water because of melting of ice and snow. So, this river, which will originate from a greater altitude, as it starts coming down, the speed will be very high. Speed is going to be very, very high. Now, as the speed is going to be very high, that means in the initial stage, vertical erosion will be the dominant factor. So that is why in all the youthful stages of the Himalayan rivers, you'll find them to be forming gorges, valleys, and those kinds of erosional landforms. And then these rivers will be carrying a lot of sediments because the speed is high. So the sediment load is also going to be very high, isn't it? Now that sediment load is going to be very high. That means what? That means deposits eventually in the mature stage will also be very significant. Deposits will be very significant. That means all these rivers will end up having a very fertile floodplain. These rivers have these kinds of associated features, generally associated with where they originate from, how do they end up flowing. They will have the delta formation as well. Then why in Haryana and Punjab it will happen? Because of ending of lease. Um, okay, are you talking about the Satluj water sharing, Kishan? So the Satluj water sharing, see, understand the logic behind that also. Why is it that you have a greater amount of dispute coming up around the Shanaan project and the Shanaan aspect in the region of Punjab and Haryana? That is very simple because of the fact that northwestern part of the country that receives rainfall at the end, right? And there the withdrawal of the monsoon happens earliest. So they receive very little amount of rainfall and they grow crops which require high amount of rainfall, that is rice. So in order to make up for it, they have been extracting groundwater. And when they are extracting groundwater, that always brings about a water scarcity. And that is something which always brings about a conflict. Okay? I hope that is understood. And rivers also influence temple architecture? Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. You have a different kind of depiction of the rivers in the Nagara style and in the various different types of temple architecture which is there. So, here, this is the basic feature of the Himalayan drainage. Now, there is another feature associated with the Himalayan drainage system itself, and that is the shifting of the rivers. What do we mean by shifting of the rivers? This is basically variation in the river course. Okay, variation that you experience in the river course. For example, this image on your screen that depicts the path taken by river Kosi. Now, here, if you observe the dates which are mentioned here carefully. So, in the 1700s, river Kosi drained through this particular area. Then, in the 1800s, it would drain and it would take various paths here. In the 1920s, it would move from here. In 1960, it would move from here. 1950, it would move from here. Now observe that the path of the river in itself, that is undergoing a massive change. So imagine a situation if, let's say, where you are living is 100 kilometers away from a major river and you are happily content in your house. Suddenly one day you find that the river is actually flowing with full flow through the region that you are living in. So that is something, that is a kind of a feature, a phenomena that is caused by the Himalayan drainage. And why does that happen? Why does that shifting process happen? So understand it, that it is initiated because of deposits in the river channel. So here, if you take a look into it, understand this. Suppose this is a kind of a low-lying region, and then suppose here you have the predetermined river channel which is in existence. Okay, this is where the river flow is happening. Let's suppose here you have habitations which are present. Habitations in the sense that you have villages, right? Let's suppose you have villages, habitations which are in existence 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers away. Now, during the rainy season, what ends up happening is that there is a massive amount of flow of water, massive amount. So, when the flow of water is more, they end up carrying lot more sediments with them. And those sediments, some of them are deposited on the sides, but many of those sediments, they end up getting deposited in the river channel itself. Now, this is basically the deposition of sediment, or the river, when it carries certain deposits, what is it referred to as? The riverine deposits, they are referred to as silt. So, a lot of silt you will find to be deposited in the river channel. Now, what happens in this river channel? You will observe that the volume which is available for the water to be flowing, that volume has not only reduced, it has almost vanished. Because in the rainy season, the water flow is also very high. So if you don't have the volume in the water channel which can accommodate that water, what will happen? Water will try to find another area through which it can flow. Always. So that is where you will find that in the earlier portion or in the upper course itself, water finds another low-lying area and starts flowing from another such low-lying region. And when water comes here with full force and full gust, slowly and steadily, that will morph into the new river channel. So that is how many of the villages, many of the habitations, they are completely swept away by the shifting of these rivers. River Kosi, in particular, is very notorious for this feature. And that is why Kosi is still known for causing very devastating floods in many areas of Bihar. And that is why it is referred to as the sorrow of Bihar. Right. So that is why many of the times when the floods occur in Kosi, it is akin to a kind of a national disaster. It is declared as a national disaster in certain cases because of the amount of damage which is caused. The amount of damage caused, if the flooding happens because of shift, that amount of damage will be very high as compared to the normal flooding. Because the normal flooding, you will be able to see that, okay, the water level is increasing slowly and steadily. You will start evacuating people from the nearby areas. But in the case where the river water itself shifts, the river course in itself shifts, you don't have any time for preparation. And secondly, many of the areas which are absolutely not prepared, which are very far away from the river course, they get impacted. So that is why the amount of destruction and damage is always going to be very, very high. Okay, so why the shifting happens? Because of excessive sedimentation or siltation, which happens in the own river channel, which basically forces the river to take an alternate route or any downlying area, because all these Himalayan rivers, they end up draining through the fertile floodplains. So through the fertile floodplains, it is easier for them to find a newer depressed portion or a newer low-lying area through which they can flow. So that is why it shifts. So initiated because of deposits in the river channel. So river water starts flowing through other low-lying areas. Okay. And that becomes a new path. Okay. So that is how the shift happens. And this is observed not in all the rivers of the Himalayan region, but many of the rivers, they do exhibit this kind of a phenomena. Example, here the image in itself gives you the idea. Example, river Kosi. And here, please don't get an idea that the river is shifting leftwards only. It is not the case, because here you would observe that even though in 1912 to 1930s, this was the flow, but in 1921 the river shifted rightwards. Okay, so in 1973 river followed this approach. So it is not always going to be a fixed pattern where the river is shifting. River can shift either ways. Okay, so that is basically the shifting. Once the river starts flowing from the new path or the new river channel, that is what will be deepened. That is what the river will develop on its own. And that becomes the new path or the permanent flow of the river after that. Okay. So this is basically about the shifting. Now, another consistent feature that you find in the Himalayan region in particular is the floods which occur. Now, Himalayan region or the Himalayan rivers are notorious for causing very damaging and debilitating floods in general. Now, when we say floods in the region of Himalayan drainage, every year you will read it in the news headlines about Assam being devastated by floods, about West Bengal being devastated by floods, about Bihar being ravaged and destroyed by floods, Eastern UP. as experiencing significant amount of damage because of floods. So every year we experience or we hear about the same news stories. So what is the feature of the Himalayan drainage that causes floods in general? So here, the basic crux is very similar to what we have discussed already. That is excessive amount of materials carrying or causing excessive amount of deposition. So here, understand what happens. Is Kosi still shifting? Absolutely yes. It is not as if every day it is slowly shifting like a plate tectonic. No. But does it have a probability to shift again? Absolutely yes. So what happens in the rainy season? That is something you have to understand. First of all, let's consider the lofty peaks from where the rivers are originating. Now, these rivers already originating from the high altitude mountains, they will have a significant speed and flow associated, due to which they will carry a lot of deposited material. Lot of material will be carried by them. But then during the rainy season, what happens is that you have increased amount of rainfall which is received. Now, when you have increased rainfall, so the flow of water increases. Now, when the flow of water increases, the ability of the river to carry sediments also increases. And that is where the deposits will also end up increasing. It is a kind of a cyclical process, isn't it? So during rainy season, flow of water increases. This leads to increase in the materials carried. That leads to increase in deposits across the river channel. Now here you would observe, basically, if you consider the river channel, it will have a slight gradient towards the flow or towards where the river channel is. Now, near the river channel, obviously, there will be habitations, settlements which shall be in existence. Right? Now, if the river is flowing through here, now understand this. It is not something which happens all of a sudden and it happens every year. Let's suppose you consider that in the year 2021, during the monsoonal season, the river carried lot of sediments and some of that sediments were deposited here. Okay. Now in 2022, already you have lesser space available for the flow of the river. Let's suppose another phase of sedimentation has happened. Now what happens in 2023? When excessive sediments or excessive water comes, immediately it will overflow. Immediately it will experience a kind of an overflow, isn't it? And even if the height increases by 2 centimeters, or not 2 centimeters, but let's say 1 meter to 2 meters, that can end up flooding many kilometers of the habitation and settlement. Now, here, understand that the capacity of the river channel has already been reduced. Now, during the flooding season, some amount of this sediment that might be deposited, that might be spread over. So, if you have ever experienced a flood, first of all, ever, if you have seen flood to happen, flood to occur, there is rarely a kind of a more scary scenario which comes into mind when you have a river in full gusto, full flow, and it has flooded the entire region. It appears as a entire sea or an ocean where every place that your eyes can go, every place is covered in water, and you cannot figure out which is the main river channel, because that is where the water will be at its tempest, water will be at its most tumultuous best, isn't it? So here, that is why during the floods, once the flood water recedes, what do you observe? You will observe that in all the farmlands, in all the areas, you will have thick deposits of sediments. Very, very thick deposits of sediments, which are found to be spread around, which are found to be lying around, right? After the flood water has. So, some amount of these deposited sediments, they will be spread around, but the remaining will be left behind. So, next year again, when there is excessive rainfall during the monsoon, again it will flood. And this keeps on happening. And this happens every year. And that is where every year, when you listen to the news headlines, it now almost becomes on the verge of being funny now. It is hilarious now that every year, be it the administrators, the bureaucrats, the politicians, all of them, they still manage to sound surprised when the Himalayan rivers flood. Just wait for 1 month and observe the news headlines. You will observe how the administration, the politicians, all of them, they try to weave a story around it that, this year was exceptional because excessive rainfall happened during that day, hence this was flooded. But it happens every year. And that is the sad reality, that a country where we all are striving to be the next global superpower, we still end up losing hundreds of individuals every year. Loved ones are lost, properties, animals, farmlands, economic avenues, they are lost every year due to these floods, right? And there can be a simple resolution of the process. What can be the resolution? First of all, we can start with desilting, desiltation. Desiltation is what? Desiltation is where you dig out this particular silt which is present. Now, when you do that, what you are able to do is you are able to ensure that the volume which is available for the water flow, that is intact. So the water will not overflood, right? So desiltation can be carried out. Desiltation on a regular basis. But why it is not carried out? Because immediately as the flood season is over, where does the priority lie? Priority lies in distribution of relief materials, and rightly so. But then that is where all the limelight is taken. That you will find in the relief packaging materials also, there's a lot of politics done around it, a lot of bureaucratic loopholes are exploited, a lot of money is made by the administrative officials even during the time of flood relief. So when the flood goes, the attention simply goes away, because everyone is aware that coming and distributing packaging materials, it is going to be politically much more rewarding as compared to doing something which will prevent this disaster for perpetuity. So that is why still you will find the lackadaisical attitude. And it is not restricted to the political class. Don't think about it that the politicians are the only ones who are cheating us. Never have that opinion. It is the bureaucratic setup which also is hand in glove with that. Okay, there are many such different aspects which have been worked upon as a resolution for the regular floods, but the bureaucracy has oftentimes offered a bottleneck. So what are the other things which can be done? The other thing which can be done to prevent the disaster of the floods, right? Prevent the disaster of the floods, not prevent the damage. There's a difference. Mitigating the flood and mitigating the impact of the flood, both of them are different. So you need to be able to understand that. So one of the factors which can be done is, which can be brought about, that is prevention of floods, is what we are talking about. We can have diversion canals for excess water. Okay. So in the regular space, you can end up building a kind of a diversionary canal, so that excessive water is automatically diverted through them, through those particular regions. Okay. Then, other than that, you can also end up having maintenance of river channels, ensuring planting of trees on the river banks. Why? How is it that the trees can help us? Think about it for a brief moment. How is it that planting trees on the river banks can help you prevent floods? So understand the process. Many of these rivers during the rainy season, very good, beautiful. The trees provide resistance to the flow, natural barrier, no, not a natural barrier, absorb the water, prevent erosion. Very nice. So, in many of these rivers, what happens is that as they end up flowing, so across the river banks, which are mostly devoid of trees, they are consisted of settlements and habitations. The river, in its speed, cuts through these various settlements and carries on massive degree of erosion of soil. What is something we will cover as stream bank erosion. So these rivers, they carry out erosion in a massive scale. And when they erode a soil or a section of soil, where will it be deposited? It will be deposited in the river channel itself. So that is why you need to be able to prevent that soil erosion. And how will you be able to do it? By planting trees on the river banks. This, what it also does is that the root systems which grow on to be very elaborate, they end up slowing the speed somewhat also. Okay, so there is a greater absorption of water in the underground region. Desiltation means removal of silt from the river channel. Removal of silt from river channel. Then after that, construction of embankments. Okay, construction of embankments or artificial levees. What are embankments? On the river side, you build a kind of a protective wall of sorts, so that even if the river water overflows, it is held, right? But this has also got a limitation. You cannot build embankment all across the river channel or all across the length of the river. This can be done in the case of a short stretch, but not in a very longer stretch in general. Okay, and diversion canals can on high cost of environment can potential to destroy area's economy in comparison to there was a floodplain. So what do you understand by diversion canal? Understand what is a diversion canal or what is a diversion channel. So diversion channel basically is, if this is the river, let's suppose if this is the river flow, you dig up a kind of a small diversionary canal in an area, which can lead to a larger tank, for example, a larger tank or a larger, let's say, any larger enclosure which can hold water. Now, during the rainy season, all that you need to do is, when you know that the water level is going to increase substantially, you provide the linkage of this canal to the river. Now, what happens is automatically the excessive water drains and stores itself into these embankments or into these storage structures. That ensures that not only does the immediate vicinity not get flooded, but it also ensures availability of water during the dry season for agricultural purposes, etc. So it can be helpful ecologically. In the long run, it can be very, very helpful. Okay. So it is not something which is a liability to the environment. If carried out properly, it will be an asset to the environmental conservation and the conservation of water in general. Okay. Yes, like water harvesting. How to carry out desiltation from the base of a deep river? So that is basically where you have the a barge. A barge is a floating platform on the water. So barges are there. Specialized barges are present, which simply extract or suck out the excess amount of silt and throw it on a storage structure or any kind of a tank. So in a way, you are carrying out desiltation. That is something which is utilized in order to find out, or in order to carry out construction in the sea and in the river bridges also. When construction happens, desiltation and these barges are utilized. Embankment is basically a construction on the sides of the river channel which will prevent the water to be flowing from that. Okay. And how is it that maintenance of river channels? Maintenance of river channel, here we mean that, let's suppose, in many of the river streams you find a lot of solid waste which is dumped. Now that inhibits the flow of the river. So during the rainy season, there are greater chances of overflow. For example, take the case of River Mithi, River Musi. River Mithi flows through the city of Mumbai. River Musi flows through the city of Hyderabad. Now, both of these rivers are particularly notorious. Musi has been slightly cleaned up, but Mithi is particularly notorious for the amount of solid waste which is dumped into that. So that is when the rainy season comes, the river doesn't have the capacity, because of all that waste, it doesn't have the capacity to take in excess water. So what happens? That water tends to overflow. So that is why you need the maintenance of the river channels in general. Okay? Is that understood? Dams can work, but then dams have got a significant associated risk as well. For example, they have a seismic impact, they have the environmental impact, they cause displacement of population on a larger scale. So you can write about dams, but write about run of the river projects. What is the run of a river project? It is basically that kind of a dam in general where you don't end up storing a lot of water. You end up diverting that water. You have the capacity for storage, but you don't store in excess. You don't build very large dams in general. Okay, so that can be done to some extent. Okay. Canal here will work as the aspect of diversion in itself. Now, then we come to the peninsular drainage. Now, when we talk about peninsular drainage, it is much, much older than the Himalayan drainage in general. Because the portion of the peninsular India in itself is much older than the Himalayas. Himalayas have come into existence when? Around 50 to 60 million years ago. Peninsular part of the country has been in existence for billions of years. Many portions have been as it is for many millions of years. So that is why the river systems are also very old. Now, here the rivers, they don't originate from lofty peaks and mountains and feeding of snow and glaciers. So, where do the river water, or where is it that the river gets its water from? So, the river water is accrued by excessive amount of rainfall in a concentrated region. For example, you will find that a lot of areas within the Western Ghats, they receive high amount of rainfall in a concentrated region. So slowly and steadily, that makes up for the water flow in the rivers that you see. That is why here you will find that the rivers have greater seasonal variability in terms of the water available. But another feature that you will associate with the case of the peninsular drainage is that they flow through a kind of a fixed channel. They don't end up deviating significantly. They don't end up carrying out shifting of the river flow. Why? Because they are draining through hard igneous rocks. Himalayan rivers were draining through the sedimentary soil, the alluvial deposits. So it was easy for the Himalayan rivers to shift, but it is not at all easy for the peninsular drainage to be able to shift. Why? Because you have the hard igneous rocks where you have the river channel. Right. So that is why it is not easy for the river to make a new channel here. That is simply out of the question. And here you will also find that the river doesn't have meandering courses. It will have a predetermined path, which is mostly straight. It doesn't have meandering courses. Why? Because again, of the peninsular rocks which are present. So here, they are broad, largely graded, shallow valleys, and the rivers generally exhibit maturity in sense of the flow, the speed aspect of it. So, peninsular rivers are characterized by fixed course, absence of meanders, and non-perennial flow of water in general. Narmada and Tapi are exceptions which flow through Rift Valley and east to west. Otherwise, majority of the peninsular rivers you will observe they flow from west to east. Majority of the peninsular rivers they originate close to the Western Ghats and they end up draining into the Bay of Bengal. And why is that? Because the slope of the peninsular plateau is from west to east. Why the slope is from west to east? That is something that we had discussed yesterday because of the volcanic eruptions which have happened. Okay, so that is basically the aspect of peninsular rivers. Here is a kind of a depiction, a differentiation between the basic aspects of the Himalayan and the peninsular drainage. Use it for your revision. Okay, use it for your revision purposes. So observe here, they originate, the Himalayan rivers originate from the Himalayan glaciers, and peninsular rivers originate from plateau and the highland region. The nature of flow, Himalayan rivers, it is going to be perennial, that is throughout the year the flow is available. In the case of the peninsular river, it is going to be highly seasonal. Here you will find antecedent and consequent drainage. Here you will find superimposed trellis radial drainage pattern. Here, youthful active deepening of valleys. So this is the basic differentiation that you will observe in between the Himalayan drainage and the peninsular drainage. Now, one by one, we shall take a look at the major drainage systems, just the basic fact, the basic gist of it. Now, for your prelims examination, you can always take a look into the aspect of the major cities, etc., which lie on the river banks. That is always something that you can address, that you can look into. Okay. Now, here, when we start with the discussion, we start with the Indus River system. Now, Indus River system is one of the mighty river systems of South Asia in general. Indus originates from the Bokhar-Chu glacier, right? It originates from Bokhar-Chu glacier near Mansarovar in the Kailash ranges. That is where river Indus originates. Initially, you will find in the region of Tibet, initially you will find that its movement is, the direction of the flow is from southeast to northwest. That is the direction. And then after that, it takes a eventual southward bend and drains into the region of Arabian Sea. That is the movement. Now it is joined by tributaries both from left hand side as well as right hand side. And these tributaries, they consist of the total area of the Indus River basin that we talk about. So Indus River basin, that lies in 4 different countries, right? Which are the countries in which we have the Indus River basin? First is Tibet. Then you have what? After that, India. Tibet you can consider as China. Then you have India. After that, Pakistan. And meanwhile, you also have a tributary coming from Afghanistan, that is River Kabul, which joins it from the right hand side. So these are the 4 countries through which River Indus or the Indus River basin does pass through. Now the rivers, they also have the concept of left bank and right bank tributaries. What do we mean by left bank and right bank tributaries? Those tributaries which join the river from the left hand side, left bank tributary. Those tributaries joining the river from the right hand side, right bank tributaries. As simple as that. But how do they end up, or how do we end up delineating which is the left bank and the right bank tributary? For example, if the river is flowing in this direction, right? And here, if you have a tributary like this, and if you have a tributary like this. Now, if you analyze, this is the portion which is the left bank. This is the one which is the right bank. How do we decide which is left bank and which is right bank? So just like how we decide the rightward and leftward bend of the wind, a similar process is involved. So when you take a look at the flow of the river, imagine the flow, or you looking towards the direction of the flow. So your left hand side will be the left bank, your right hand side will be the right bank. So that is how, if you have a river system, let's say like this here, so all the tributaries which will join from here, from this particular side, they will be what bank? Left bank or right bank? Good. They will be right bank tributaries. And all the ones which will join from this side in general, that will be left bank. Okay. So that is the concept of left and right in terms of the river channel. So Indus overall is also referred to as the Sindhu, is the westernmost of the Himalayan rivers in India. Okay, so that is basically the westernmost of the Himalayan river. So observe here, this is the flow of river Indus. So the left bank tributaries of river Indus, they are the ones that we prominently know. The right bank tributaries, there are multiple smaller right bank tributaries. For example, you consider the tributaries of Nubra, you consider Shyok, Kabul, Gilgit, all these are your right bank tributaries. What are the left bank tributaries? Left bank are the famous 5 rivers which we call as Panjanath. Panjanath. Panjanath basically refers to 5 rivers. It is from this that we get the name Punjab, right? The undivided Punjab prior to independence, that used to be referred to as the land of 5 rivers. Hence the name came Punjab. You would have read about it, that in various parts of history also you would have come across the term Doab. That is the land fertile tract which exists between the 2 rivers. That is a Doab. So lies between, land between 2 rivers, land between 5 rivers, Punjab. So Panjanath river system which drains, that is basically Jhelum, Chenab, Satluj, Ravi, and Byas. These are basically the Panjanath. Now this Panjanath ends up meeting river Indus at Mithankot in Pakistan, and thereafter it drains into the sea, Arabian Sea, forming a fertile delta in the region of Sindh. Okay, it forms a very fertile delta. So here basically Satluj, Ravi, and Beas, these are referred to as the eastern river systems of the Indus Basin. Eastern rivers. And these two, basically, along with River Indus, they are considered to be western rivers. That is as per the Indus River Treaty that you will study in your IR. You will study about the Indus River Treaty water sharing agreement in greater detail. So it is for that aspect that this delineation is done. Then the Himalayan tributaries such as Shyok, Gilgit, Zaskar, Hunza, Nubra, Shigar, they are a part of it. Right bank, Kabul, Khurram, Tochi, Gomal, Sangar, Gilgit, Shyok, all of these are basically the right bank tributaries. Okay. So here, when we talk about, for example, Shyok, you would have heard about the Galwan clashes, which happened between India and China, where the troops, they fought tooth and nail at the border, right? Across which river? It was the Galwan River. The Galwan River, which is a very small seasonal river in the sense that much of it freezes during the winter, but during the summer it becomes very swift. So that Galwan River is a tributary of that river Shyok in general. So that is basically, these are the high altitude streams which end up draining their water into river Indus. Then basically, the river flows southwards and receives Panjnad a little above Mithankot in Pakistan. That is the aspect of river Indus. Indus carves out a very deep gorge in the Himalayas. As it crosses the Himalayas, Indus carves out a very, very deep gorge. And also, this is particularly notorious for flooding. The recent floods which happened in the region of Pakistan, a lot of it has to do with the river Indus and its overflowing of the bank as well. Okay. Now, then we come across to the Ganga river system. It is one of the most important river systems in the country for the cultural, the traditional relevance of it, and also because it supports the one of the largest populations, in the sense that you can assume that you have crores of people who depend directly or indirectly upon the flow of river Ganga. So what is this river Ganga system basically about? Here, when you look at it, river Ganga in itself, it when it originates, then we don't refer to it as Ganga. At that point of time where it originates, we refer to the river as Bhagirathi. A treaty was signed for Indus. What is that? That is the Indus water sharing treaty, which was between India and Pakistan, signed in 1960, which was overseen by the World Bank. And but significant amount of that treaty you will discuss in detail in your IR. So that treaty mostly is about the sharing of the water, where India has got a greater share of the eastern rivers, the western rivers. India has got a greater restriction to it. Okay, but that treaty, India has dragged Pakistan in front of the World Bank that that treaty needs to be renegotiated. Now, when river Ganga originates, river Ganga basically originates from Uttarakhand. Now, it is initially known as Bhagirathi. Now, this Bhagirathi originates from the Gangotri glacier near Gomukh. Gangotri is the origin point. Now then, this Bhagirathi ends up draining. Meanwhile, you have Alaknanda. Alaknanda originates from the region of Satopant Glacier near the shrine of, or the traditional place of Badrinath. So, from there, Alaknanda originates. Both these, they end up meeting at Dev Prayag. And after that, the river is known as River Ganga. Okay. So at the time where it originates and when it originates, it is not known as River Ganga. It is much later that the name is ascribable. Now here you will find that it is dotted with left bank and right bank tributaries, significant amount. So major left bank tributaries, if you will observe, left bank tributaries, here you have Ramganga, the one which basically moves through the Corbett National Park, the Corbett Tiger Reserve. It is Ramganga which drains through that. Then here you have Gomti, which drains through the capital city of Lucknow. So Lucknow lies on the banks of river Gomti. But the twin city, the nearby region of Kanpur, that lies on the banks of river Ganga. You have to be careful about that. Then you have Ghagra. Ghagra is also antecedent in its path. This is also antecedent river. This is also very mighty in the sense that it causes a lot of floods in the region. Then you have Ghagra, particularly in the eastern part of UP, is very, very devastating, causes a lot of floods. So sometimes also referred to as the sorrow of eastern UP. Then you have Gandak, Kosi, antecedent again. Observe, it will cross the region of the Himalayas, antecedent. Then you have another one, that is Mahananda, which ends up draining through here. This is Mahananda. In fact, till the 1700s, even this river Tista that you are seeing, even this river Tista would end up draining into river Ganga itself. But then you had the what is referred to as the stream capture of a river, where the a particular, if two rivers are flowing, then the tributary is basically associated with the larger river or the larger flow due to greater erosional aspect, etc. So that is where after 1750s you will find that Tista now is a tributary of Brahmaputra. So that is basically the major left bank tributaries. Now here, amongst the right bank tributaries, the most major of them is river Yamuna, which drains through the capital city of Delhi, the capital or the erstwhile capital region of Agra, and that is where it drains through. Yamuna in itself is joined by Chambal, uh, Banas, etc., Betwa, all of them, they join river Yamuna. Yamuna joins river Ganga at Allahabad, also known as the Prayagraj. So what is this Prayag? Prayag is a term which is used to signify the confluence of rivers. Wherever you have the confluence of rivers taking place, it is referred to as a Prayag. Okay? And it is celebrated as a holy place of worship. Now, river Ganga is also joined by Son, which originates from the region of the Amarkantak plateau. The Son in itself has also got a tributary, that is Rihand. That is a tributary of river Son. Now here you will find that Ganga has got a distributary that is Hooghly. Hooghly is a distributary of Ganga because Ganga eventually enters into Bangladesh and joins river Brahmaputra, forms the largest delta of the world, that is the Sundarbans. But here, before that itself, you have a distributary branching of river Ganga, that is the Hooghly. The very famous and the iconic Howrah Bridge that you come across, that is built across river Hooghly. Now, river Hooghly moves through the city of Kolkata. Now, here you have a tributary of river Hooghly, that is Damodar. Damodar, very infamously, was also referred to as the sorrow of Bengal. Just like Kosi, it would also cause devastating floods in Bengal almost on an annual basis. So that is why after independence, you had the construction of the Damodar Valley or projects, and you had the formation of the Damodar Valley Corporation or DVC, and you had the construction of the Maithan Dam. The very iconic Maithan Dam was constructed there, and as a result of that, the flow of river Damodar, the spate of or the fury of river Damodar, that could be brought under check, that could be brought under control. Now, river Damodar is unique because this river also moves through a rift valley. drains through a rift valley. Okay, so these are few of the basic features that you come across. So overall, it rises in the Gangotri Glacier near Gomukh in the Uttarkashi district of Uttarakhand, and at that point it is referred to as Bhagirathi. In fact, again I would say, any of you who actually belong from this region, it will be very apparent for you, but any of you visiting this area, this is one of the ideal places to visit if you want to observe climate change in front of your very own eyes, because it is in this region of the Gangotri Glacier, that is at Gomukh, where you find the retreat of glacier happening at a very brisk pace. Retreat of glacier means what? You will be you will be taught about that in the portion of environment, anyways. So here, yes, Shiva. So it will be very apparent for you if you are from Uttarakhand. So earlier, what used to happen is if the glaciers, let's say, would melt somewhere here, and then you had the river flow. Because of climate change, what is happening is the glaciers are melting here itself. And the entire region here, that has got the water flow. So this is what is referred to as the recession of the glaciers, or the glaciers are receding. In the region of Gangotri and Gomukh itself, earlier where the glaciers used to melt, now you have to have a trek of another few kilometers to reach the region, around 10 to 12 kilometers to reach the region where the glacier is now melting. Now, with the melting of the Himalayan glaciers, there are certain aspects that you have to keep in mind. What do we understand when the Himalayan glaciers, when they melt? What will be the impact of it? What do you think? Water flow will increase or will it decrease? What do you think? Okay. Okay. So most of you have said that water flow will increase. Shreyank, you are correct that in the long run it will decrease. So basically, what happens in this case is when the rivers or when the glaciers melt in the short span of time, in the immediate future, all of you are correct that the amount of flow will increase substantially. The rivers will be inundated with water. But in the long run, what is experienced is that you have, over a longer period of time, you have the scarcity of water. Why? Because all that melt, that will end up increasing the flow significantly. But then once that all that stored water in the ice and snow is taken away, it has melted. So then you are completely dependent on rainfall. So melting of glaciers in the short run will increase the amount of water, can cause floods as well. In the long run, it will cause water scarcity, always. Okay, so that is why we need to get a grip over the melting of the glaciers. We need to prevent the melting of the glaciers. So let me write this down. Melting of glaciers in the short run, flow increases. In the long run, water scarcity. Water scarcity is observed. So that is basically the aspect associated with melting. Now, UPSC has asked a question about this, and it has repeated this question in the mains examination. So what is that question? That what is the impact on the region of the northern plains that will be created due to the melting of the Himalayan glaciers? So the melting of the glaciers, they will lead to water scarcity in the long run, flooding in the short run. all those factors you have to elaborate upon that why that happens. So that is basically one of the areas that UPSC will ask you questions from. In the long run, how it will be decreased? Because apply your simple logic. Think about it. Let's say you have I hope you understand basics of economics here. Understand the basics of economics. Let's suppose you have put 10 lakh rupees in a bank. Let's suppose. Now, every year, you are getting interest from that. Okay? You are getting an interest of, let's say, 70,000 every year from that particular bank. Now, think of this deposit as glaciers. Every year, it is giving you water. Now, for some reason or the other, you basically liquidate these deposits in a sense that all these deposits are available to you now. The bank gives you all these deposits. Now, what happens? In the immediate run, you will be flooded with cash. You will have a lot of money. But then in the long run, will you expect that 70,000 to get to you on an annual basis now? Absolutely not. Why? Because the storage that has been depleted. Similarly, when we talk about the glaciers, they end up storing water, or they end up supplying regular availability of water throughout the year. So when the snows and ice will melt, then where will you get that regular supply from? Okay, so that is why you have the decrease in water flow over a long run. Now, this river basically meets Alaknanda at Bhagirath at Dev Prayag, and after that it is referred to as Ganga. Now, when this river meets, basically it is referred to as, wherever you have two rivers meeting, that is referred to as Prayag. This is the famous image of Dev Prayag, where you have the meeting point of Alaknanda and Bhagirathi. So in Uttarakhand, you have the very famous Panj Prayags, or the five Prayags in general. So it is basically the formation of river Ganga. That is the Panch Prayag. Now here observe that you have, now this is where again I want you to interrelate. For example, when you are asked a question about the relevance of river systems in our lives, in our cultural landscape, in our social milieu that we have, understand and look at the pattern. Wherever the rivers originate from, be it in the northern part, the southern part, the eastern part, or the western part of the country, wherever the rivers originate from, you will find that almost all those places are a place of worship, a place of reverence. River Godavari originates from Trambakeshwar near Nashik, a place of reverence, a place of worship. River Kaveri originates from Thal Kaveri in Kodagu, district of Karnataka, place of worship. Observe in the case of the Ganga river system. So Alaknanda originates from the Satopant glacier near Badrinath. There it is joined on the right hand side by Dhauli Ganga. Dhauli Ganga is the same river which moves very close to Joshimath, and it is the very same river where you have the controversial Tapovan project being implemented by NTPC, which has run into one disaster after another because of certain instabilization of the slope which has been caused during the construction. It has led to avalanches, landslides, and subsidence of the land. So that is river Dhauli Ganga. Dhauli Ganga meets Alaknanda at Vishnu Prayag. Okay. Then after that, Alaknanda is joined by Nandakini. Now, Nandakini is a river which originates from one side of the Nanda Devi, the Nanda Devi peak that you have. So, from one side of it, you have the origin of river Nandakini. And from the other side of it, basically the other extent of it. So peaks in general are not what you see as a conical feature, simple conical feature. You have a lot of mountainous area leading into a peak. So from the other side of Nanda Devi, close by, you have Pindar Ganga, which originates. Nandakini meets Alaknanda at Nandaprayag, and Pindar, or Pindar Ganga, meets Alaknanda at Karnaprayag. Okay. After that, it is joined from the right bank side. All these are left bank side or the left hand tributaries of river Alaknanda. After that, it is joined from the right bank side by Mandakini. Okay. Now, almost 10 years back, 15th of June 2013, was when the infamous Kedarnath disaster happened and caused a lot of devastation and destruction. That, when it happened, it was basically river Mandakini, which got flooded and which had a lot of destruction causing capability around it. So it is this river Mandakini originates very close to Kedarnath that you see. Now this will meet the river Alaknanda at Rudraprayag. So again, 2013 disaster, Rudraprayag was another one of those damaged areas, impacted areas. In fact, it was the district magistrate of Rudraprayag at that point of time who very sadly was also one of those victims of the disaster as he was going for a site inspection of the river flow. That is when he accidentally fell into the river water and never to be found again, because the river flow is very, very ferocious at these particular regions. Then you have Bhagirathi originating from Gangotri, and that is where eventually it will meet river Alaknanda at Dev Prayag. And after Dev Prayag, it is known as river Ganga. It is joined by Yamuna on the right bank side. Yamuna joins them at Allahabad, and that is why it is also referred to as the region of Prayagraj. Okay, so this is basically also what is referred to as the famous Char Dhams of Uttarakhand, where you have the Char Dham highway, which is again being constructed. A lot of dispute around that because of environmental clearances, etc. So this is the Panch Prayag and the Char Dham that you have. Now, the important tributaries we have talked about. Here, the few of the features that you have to keep in mind is the left bank and the right bank tributaries overall. Okay. And the importance in terms of the major cities which lie on the bank. So, for example, Lucknow lies not on the banks of river Ganga, it lies on the banks of river Gomti. Then, for example, when you talk about New Delhi, it lies on the banks of Yamuna. Agra lies on the banks of river Yamuna. So this is something that you should keep in mind. Okay, you'll get the entire list of the tributaries, etc. Everything will be present in the ARM additional reading materials. All of them will also be present in case you are reading through the Byju's book. There also, all of these will be found in greater detail. Yes, Yamuna is a tributary of Ganga. That is true. Now, after this, we come to one of the most massive and the mightiest river systems of South Asia, and that is the Brahmaputra river system. Brahmaputra river system is considered to be very mighty in terms of the amount of water flow that is associated. The water which is flowing through the Brahmaputra region is very, very high. It originates from the Chemyongdung Glacier, again near the Mansarovar Lake. So from the region of Mansarovar Lake, you have the origin of river Indus, you have the origin of river Brahmaputra, you have the origin of river Satluj also happening very close to the region of Mansarovar Lake. That is why this also is a place of worship. Okay, there's a lot of reverence associated with Mansarovar as well. So this gives you an idea about how our cultural traditional aspect has always revered the river systems. And this is the reason why in majority of the temple architecture you will find that river systems or the rivers, they have always been given their dutiful place in front of the temples themselves. That first you venerate the rivers, then you venerate your own gods and goddesses. So that is basically about the Brahmaputra system. Now, here you will observe that initially as the river flows, there is not much of a deviation here. It almost flows across a straight line. What do you think would be the reason for that? Because in this region, it is flowing in between the mountainous areas. So it doesn't have a lot of scope to go for a meandering process. So that is why it flows almost straight in the eastward direction. Then, after at the region of the syntaxial bend of the Himalayas, syntaxial bend happens at which peak? Very good. You have the Namcha Barwa. So at Namcha Barwa, the river takes a syntaxial bend. And as the river takes a syntaxial southern bend, then it enters the region of Arunachal. In Arunachal, it is still a very fast moving river, carrying a lot of water, but not very wide. It is deep, but not very wide. In fact, at Namcha Barwa itself, Brahmaputra cuts a very deep gorge here. As it simply changes direction, it cuts a very deep gorge. And in the region of Arunachal that it enters as a fast moving, swift river, having a lot of erosional power and a lot of erosive power, very deep but narrow. It enters the plains for the first time near the town of Sadia. Sadia. Again, those of you belonging from this area or those of you following current affairs for some time, you would have observed the construction of the Dola Sadia bridge. It is where one of the tributaries, that is River Lohit, also empties its water into Brahmaputra. So this is where the river becomes very broad, right? Many kilometers. Think about it. The bridge in itself, which has been constructed over it, that bridge in itself is many kilometers long. So it is not as if for that entire stretch you will only have water. You will have few of the deposited areas or island of sorts in between. During the rainy season, most of it is flooded. So that is where Brahmaputra or this river truly enters the plains. In the region of Arunachal, the river is not known by the name Brahmaputra. In the region of Arunachal, the river is named as Siang. Okay, when it enters the plains at the region of Sadia, after that it is referred to as Brahmaputra. So in the region of Tibet, it is referred to as Sangpo or Yarlung Sangpo, which means the purifier. Then in the region of Arunachal, the river is named as Siang. After Sadia, all the way till Dhubri in Assam, after Dhubri in Assam, that is where it enters the region of Bangladesh. And after Sadia till Dhubri, this river is known as Brahmaputra. So you can argue that in the entirety of the stretch, it is known as Brahmaputra for a very short length, for a very short duration. Now, as it enters the plains, the river becomes mightily wide. In fact, if you end up visiting the regions around Guwahati, particularly during this time of the year, it gets almost scary if you think about it, because many of the times you see just a sweltering and a fast moving river. You know that it has got a lot of water. If you stand at one bank of the river Brahmaputra, many of the times you will not be able to see where the other bank is. That is how wide it generally becomes. So basically, that is where it also causes a lot of floods. The Kaziranga National Park, oftentimes Pobitora Wildlife Sanctuary, all of them are frequently flooded because of the flooding of Brahmaputra. Okay. Now, this Brahmaputra always will also carry a lot of deposits. That deposit has what has made the Assam plain so fertile. Many of the times, these deposits carried by the river, they are basically dropped in the river channel itself. In the river channel itself. And that ends up forming large riverine islands. Example, you have the Majuli Island. Majuli Island is the largest riverine island of the world. created by river Brahmaputra. Okay, it is one of the largest ones. So it traverses eastward longitudinally for a distance of 1200 kilometer in a dry, flat region of South Tibet known as Sangpo, which means the purifier. It emerges as a turbulent and dynamic river after carving out a deep gorge in the region of Namcha Barwa. The river emerges from the foothills under the name Siang or Dibhang that you have. And after that, the major tributaries that you have. These are the major tributaries that you have. You have Subansiri, Kameng, Manas, Tista, Sankosh are the right bank, and Budi Deheng, Dhansiri, Dibang or Sikang, and Lohit. These are the left bank tributaries that you have of river Brahmaputra. Okay, so these are basically the major tributaries. Now, UPSC has asked a question from this for 2 consecutive years. Is Brahmaputra an antecedent river? Absolutely yes. Brahmaputra, Satluj, Kosi, then you have Ghagra, then you have Indus, all of them are antecedent. Now, UPSC has asked a direct question from this 2 consecutive years, 2015, 2016. The type of question that UPSC asks, if I give you an idea, it will list that which of the tributaries of the rivers are tributaries of Brahmaputra. Okay, so such kind of, and it will give you 4 or 5 options. If you take a look at the present day pattern, it will be arranged in only one is correct, only two is correct, or only three is correct, and so on. But that is how the questions are oftentimes asked. So that is why what I would suggest to you is, please don't end up rote learning right bank and left bank per se. Just get an idea about the tributaries. And the tributaries, when you take a look into it, the idea should be such that you will be able to figure out that, okay, Indravati is something different, Kameng, Lohit is for different river. That figuring out ability should be there. Okay, so that smart work can be carried out at the time of the exams. Okay, is that understood? Yes, in the present format, little luck is, in fact, luck is involved in the sense of the present day paper extracts all the confidence out of you. So maintaining the confidence requires some luck. Damodar is also called the roar of India. That is true because it moves through the mineral rich area of India, just like the Ruhr River in the case of Germany. It moves through the entire Black Forest region, and that is where you have a lot of iron and coal deposits. In the case of River Damodar, it drains through the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau and the region of West Bengal. So it drains through the minerally rich area around Bokaro, Dhanbad, in particular. Then furthermore, it moves from the area around Raniganj coalfield also. So it has got very minerally rich area from where it flows. Okay. So now we take a break and then we meet again after 15 minutes and then we carry on. Okay. Unlike other Himalayan rivers, what causes Brahmaputra to become so wide? The volume of water carried is very, very high. Volume of water carried in general is very high. Shreyank, Barak Sea, for many instances, it is not considered a tributary, but it is considered a tributary in the sense that it ends up meeting Brahmaputra immediately before. This is where you have the Barak. It ends up meeting immediately at the region around the Sundarbans Delta. And but sir, once a time when Peninsula Plateau was in equator, which received less precipitation than tropics. Once a time when Peninsula Plateau was in equator, which received less precipitation. Equator would always receive higher precipitation as compared to tropics, isn't it? Think about it, Kishan. How there is river before the Himalayas. So even before the Peninsula Plateau reached equator, Peninsula Plateau was very much in the southern part of the world, southern hemisphere. There it would receive rainfall. In fact, In the many of the river valleys and the river valley systems that you have had rocky deposits and coal deposits in that region, which are around 200 million years old. So the river systems would always exist. Why Brahmaputra flows straight before entering plains? Because it moves between the mountains. So it doesn't have a lot of space to navigate or basically have a meander. Okay, which is the tributaries of Brahmaputra? We have seen the right bank and the left bank tributaries, Meenu, that is listed. Yes, Pranay, correct. Nisarga, that is a kind of a mythological aspect. I'm not going to go into it. Okay. Meaning of antecedent Nirbhay, which has been in existence long before the folding has happened. Okay. No, if there is excess rainfall due to western disturbances, that doesn't mean that Himalayas will have a restoration of normalcy in terms of snow melt and glacier. No. However, as the Himalayas are experiencing snow melt, there is the Karakoram range where the amount of snow and the amount of snow presence is increasing. And Western disturbance has got a role to play in that. And that is what is also referred to as Karakoram anomaly. So that is where in the region of Karakoram, the amount of snow is increasing. Okay, right? So now we take a break and we'll be back. A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, thank you. So now we continue with the portion of the peninsular drainage. Now, in the case of the peninsular drainage, you have to concern yourself with the four major rivers. That is Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri. These are the four major rivers that you have to think about, and that is important for your exams as well. Now, when you consider river Mahanadi, it originates in the state of Chhattisgarh, and it originates near what was earlier Sihawa in Raipur district. Now it has been named as Dhamtari. So it originates near the region of Dhamtari in Chhattisgarh, and then after that it drains into Odisha, eventually into Bay of Bengal, forming a large delta before draining into Bay of Bengal. Now this river Mahanadi also was notorious for causing a lot of floods. It would also cause devastating floods in the region of Odisha. That is why this is also what is referred to as the sorrow of Odisha. It is only after the construction of the Hirakud Dam. In the case of Damodar, which dam was constructed? We talked about it. Do you remember the name of the dam in the case of River Damodar, which brought the aspect of flood under control? Very good. It was the Maithan Dam in the case of Damodar. In this case, you had the construction of the Hirakud Dam. That Hirakud Dam brought the river under a bit of a control, and after that the water could be successfully used, productively used, not only for agriculture but also for industrial purposes, for drinking water supply, and so on. So this is basically the river Mahanadi. It is joined by tributaries from the left and the right hand side, the larger tributaries which are present, and forms a very fertile delta. In between these deltas, the small distributaries that create these deltas, here you also will find the presence of certain estuaries. Certain estuarine formation will also be observed here. Okay, so don't get waylaid. Many of the candidates I have seen, that they have a perception, because we talk about estuaries in the western coast, they have the perception that estuaries are present only on the western coast. No, even the distributaries of the east flowing river, they also end up creating certain estuaries. Okay, now here the important left bank tributaries, if you consider left bank tributaries, so you have Shionath, which is one of the most major tributaries of the river. Then you have Hasdev, Mand, and Ib. And the right bank tributaries, that is basically Ong, Tel. These are your right bank tributaries. So what I was trying to convey to you earlier is that when you try to learn or try to identify the tributaries, at least this much amount of perception should be there, that if, let's say, somebody mentions the name Ong, so you should not be confused that, okay, this might be a tributary of Brahmaputra river system or the Indus river system. At least if you have a slight clue that Ong is associated maybe with Godavari or Mahanadi, you'll be able to mark the question correctly. So that kind of an identification should be available. Now, this river is navigable in the lower course. Navigable means that you can actually row a boat through that area, because when the river moves through the hilly terrain where the speed is very swift and where the depth is also something which is variable because you have rapids, etc., so in those areas it is obviously not going to be easy for the boats to move. So it is when the river has got a kind of a unified flow, of uniform flow, a stability associated, that is when navigation is carried out. So navigation is carried out in the lower course of this particular river in general. Okay, then we talk about the longest river of the peninsular part of the country, and that is River Godavari. River Godavari is also referred to as Dakshin Ganga because of the importance that the river has, the massive water flow that this river generates. Now, in the past few years, River Godavari is also notoriously known for causing floods in the region of eastern part of Maharashtra in general, and also in central Maharashtra. But that also occurs during the month of August and September. Okay. In the later phase of monsoonal season, you will observe that nowadays even River Godavari is flooding. So this River Godavari originates very close to the Arabian Sea in the Western Ghats. Near the Nashik district, you have the region which is Trambakeshwar. So from Trambakeshwar in the Nashik district, that is where Godavari originates. And after that, it drains eastwards and then meets the Bay of Bengal, forming a very wide delta as it meets Bay of Bengal near Rajamundry in Andhra Pradesh. Now, there also, ever if you get in, this is one of the deltas that you can easily see, right? Many of the deltas, there they are so remote that you need to specially go there to see that or visit that place. But if ever you get an opportunity to travel through the eastern coast by any railway network, you'll find the very extensive delta developed by Godavari right before the town of Rajamundry in Andhra Pradesh. So, River Godavari is also navigable significantly in the lower course. And this is joined by majority of the tributaries on the left bank side. On the right bank side, amongst the tributaries, you have Manjara, which is the important tributary on the right bank side. And this river is very important to provide water into the otherwise dry Vidarbha region of Maharashtra and the region of Telangana. Both of these are generally very dry in the sense that they don't end up receiving high amount of rainfall. So availability of water for agriculture, irrigation, for drinking water supply, for all these purposes, this river is a lifeline. That is why you will find that across River Manjara, you have very famous water storage structures which have been constructed, the barrages which have been constructed. You have the Singur project, and also the Nizam Sagar. Locate these on the map. Do this thing. Locate these storage structures on the map. Okay. Take the help of Google if you want, but you should have an idea. I will give you the detailed link where you can access all the list of all the storage structures across the country for a better visualization. But I will give you that link also at the end of the PPT so that you can have an easy point of reference there also. So it is also called Dakshin Ganga, largest peninsular river with a length of more than 1460 kilometers in general. And overall, if you take a look at the tributaries, so you have Pravara, the Purna, Manjara, Pain Ganga, Vardha, and Vain Ganga. All of them, they end up meeting together. All these three rivers, they end up meeting together. And then the combined flow is referred to as Pranahita, and it is this river Pranahita which ends up meeting with river Godavari. So Pranahita has got the combined flow of Vain Ganga, Pain Ganga, and Vardha. Then you have the Indravati, which comes through the region of Chhattisgarh and Odisha, and it is the river which drains through the very famous Indravati Tiger Reserve as well. The Maner and the Sabri, these are the smaller rivers, so to say. So it experiences heavy floods in the lower reaches, forms a very picturesque delta formation as well, and a gorge as well is created. Okay, and navigable in the deltaic stretch in general. Okay, now then we have the river Krishna. River Krishna, the second largest river of the peninsular part of the country, also 1400 kilometers plus. Now, this river also joined by multiple different tributaries. This river originates again near the region of Mahabaleshwar in the Western Ghats, that is in the Sahyadris, that is where it ends up originating, and it drains to the east. Now it is joined by multiple different tributaries overall, if you take a look at it. So you have Tungabhadra. Now Tungabhadra in itself, it is made up of two streams, Tunga and Bhadra. They make up the Tungabhadra river, right? Tunga and Bhadra. Now this is where the Tungabhadra Doab has always been very, very fertile. Even today, Tungabhadra Doab is very fertile. That is why next time when you read history, particularly the portion of medieval history, observe that majority of the quarrels, the fights that happened between the Vijayanagar and the Bahmani kingdom, that happened because of the control over Tungabhadra Doab. Because in the case of Peninsular Plateau, you have very little amount of land which is made up of fertile alluvial deposits. Majority of the Peninsular Plateau is dominated by rocky surface. So that is why wherever you have fertile deposits in a large extent, agriculturally very productive. And that is why a lot of conflict around that. Now, Bhadra as a river also drains through a region which is very rich in iron reserves, and it drains through the Bhadra Tiger Reserve in general. Okay, so very rich in tiger population. Here you will also get a sight of the very elusive black panther in that region itself. Other than that, it is joined by Vedavati, Malprabha, Ghat Prabha, and Bhima is again one of those largest tributaries of river Krishna in general. It is considered to be the largest tributary of river Krishna. And then you have river Musi, which joins the Krishna as well. Musi is famous. Why? Because the city of Hyderabad lies on the banks of river Musi. Okay, so that is about Krishna. And in between the Krishna Godavari region, the Krishna Godavari deltaic stretch, that is again some an area which is very rich in terms of the oil reserves, in terms of the crude oil and natural gas reserves which are there. So that is where you have significant amount of exploration potential. Okay, now after that, we come to the river, which is very much associated with the sentiments and also very important for the larger population surviving and living in that region. That is River Kaveri. Now, River Kaveri, it originates from a region that is Thalakaveri. Thalakaveri in the Kodagu district of Karnataka from the Brahmagiri Hills. So Brahmagiri Hills in the Kodagu district of Karnataka from a region that is referred to as Thalakaveri. It is a place of worship, a place of reverence. If it is very close to the coffee plantation region of Coorg, so when you visit that place, there also you'll find many people paying their tribute and veneration at the region of Thalakaveri. Now, this river is important or is different in the sense that in the initial part of the flow, that is in the region of Karnataka, when it is joined by tributaries like Kabini and so on. So in the portion of Karnataka, it is basically going to receive rainfall during the advancing monsoon. Whereas in the region of Tamil Nadu, that is around the region of Coromandel coastline, this river receives rainfall due to the retreat of the monsoon. So the upper course of the river receives rainfall during the southwest monsoon season, whereas the lower course receives the rainfall during the northeast, also the retreating monsoon season. Okay. Krishna originates from the region of Mahabaleshwar in the Sahyadri ranges, that is the western Ghats. Okay. Which spelling is correct for Kaveri? You can assume any of them. Take this as the most commonly accepted name. And Thal Kaveri, if you look at the various signboards when you reach that area, this is the spelling which is used. Okay, so on the maps also, this is basically the spelling which is used. Okay, is that understood? Largest tributary of Krishna is Bhima. Yes, the Vimal, absolutely correct approach. Whichever spelling you see in the question, that is the correct spelling for you. You don't have to concern yourself with what is the correctness of that particular thing given in the question. So whatever you see in the question, that is the correct one. Now, here, that is the river. Now, river Kaveri has been very instrumental for the rise and the growth of the Chola Empire. When you again read ancient history, you will study about the ancient Cholas, the early Cholas having their capital at Urayur on the banks of river Kaveri. And at Urayur, that is where they would basically use that particular region to ship large amount of rice and cotton grown in that area in the fertile plains of river Kaveri. And that used to bring prosperity, economic prosperity, not only in the region, but also the food grains would be sent abroad in the other areas as well. So Kaveri has always been very, very instrumental for the growth of that region. So you have the tributaries Kabini, Bhavani, and Amravati. These are the major tributaries of the Kaveri system. So the upper portion in general, that receives rainfall due to the southwest monsoon, and the lower portion receives rainfall during the northeast and the retreating monsoon. Okay. Now, then this is a list for the rivers, the tributaries, the cities that lie on the banks, the origin of these rivers as well. Use this for your revision for your prelims. Okay, for your prelims. So for peninsular rivers, what is the source of origin? They don't originate from glaciers. They don't originate from the snow melt. So in areas where you have high concentrated rainfall, those are the areas from which slowly and steadily water is supplied. So monsoonal rain and rainfall in general, that is the source for the supply of water in these peninsular rivers. That is why you have a wider variation in terms of the seasonal flow associated. Okay, so that is basically about the major rivers. Now, here we also have few of the inland rivers. What do we understand by an inland river? Inland river is basically a river which doesn't empty itself into a sea or an ocean. It drains within the territory and disappears without draining into a larger sea or ocean. So here we take the example of the inland river as river Luni. Right? River Luni. Now, in the case of river Luni, it originates from where? It originates from Pushkar, from the Aravali ranges, basically. Aravali ranges. It originates from Pushkar in the Ajmer district. Ajmer in Rajasthan. So that is where it originates from. Now, initially, the river water is going to have a sufficient flow. But eventually, as it enters into the region of Gujarat, the flow decreases overall. And after that, when the flow decreases, when the movement decreases, what happens? Evaporation is very high. And that is when the river finally dissipates and disappears in the region of Run of Kutch. Now, this particular factor also contributes to the variation in the characteristic of the water. So in the upper course, this river will have the availability of fresh water. Whereas in the lower course, because the rate of evaporation is very high in the lower course. So as the rate of evaporation becomes higher, that water becomes saline. So here you have the presence of saline water in the lower course. Okay, that is a unique characteristic of the river Luni. Why saline water? Because flow decreases, and high evaporation. Okay. What is the reason behind the drought or less rains in Telangana? It lies on the leeward side of the Western Ghats. So, automatically becomes a rain shadow zone. And also, the region of Telangana, it doesn't have a very well developed low pressure system in that region. You have low pressure systems developed around it. So, less rainfall. Even during the retreat of the monsoon, it lies in the rain shadow zone of the Eastern Ghats also. So that is why it receives very little amount of rainfall. Rainfall is restricted to a few months only, but peninsular rivers continue to originate all through the year. So it is not as if the flow is maintained. During the dry season, obviously, you will observe that the flow reduces quite significantly. It becomes very, very less. Shreyank, this Indian geography portion is much difficult to remember as compared to physical geography. How to remember so many facts? The first thing that you can do is have an expectation of from yourself that you are not going to be able to learn this in the first go. Have that basic expectation and understanding. Nobody is able to learn all of this in first go or one go. It will take time. It will take multiple readings. That is why majority of the candidates, you will see, they will never read Indian geography at all, because it is something which is fact based in many of the cases. So what you have to do is identify the basic characteristic, the basic trend, that for example Himalayan rivers will have these features, peninsular rivers will have these features. The more you read about it, and here reading should be done with the help of the map, the atlas. Open up the atlas, trace the path of these rivers, look at the regions where they flow through. So the more you do it, the more you reiterate it, better it will be. And then again, let me set the expectation correctly. It is not going to be the case that after one revision you are able to remember all the tributaries also. No. This will happen after multiple writing also. Learn it, write it up, learn it, write it up, then you will forget little. Okay. So always in these fact based questions, that should be the approach. And also keep a lookout for current affairs. Current affairs are the ones from where questions are framed. Okay. So that is something you should keep in mind. Salinity will always be there in every river. No, where salt content is there. Typically, CaCO3 is there, but the water is not considered saline. Water is still considered fresh water. It is in the cases where the water evaporates significantly, that is where we consider it as saline water. Anjali, where we find Indravati dolphin? Nowhere, my dear friend. We don't find Indravati dolphin, we find Iravadi dolphin. Iravadi dolphin is different from Indravati dolphin. Iravadi dolphin is basically to be found across Chilika Lake in general. Iravadi is a river in Myanmar. Now, Irrawaddy dolphin is is one of those species which can exist both in saline water as well as in freshwater condition. Unlike the Indus dolphin and the Gangetic dolphin, which are both freshwater species, Irrawaddy is the one which exists in both. And there is nothing as Indravati dolphin. Okay. From where does inland rivers get their water from? So it originates from the Aravalli ranges, very similar approach or origin as is the case with the peninsular river systems. Any crude oil product found in run of Kutch, not particularly in the run of Kutch, but around the region, yes. And you have the very famous Ankleshwar oil field of Gujarat. Locate Ankleshwar on the map. I will write it down here, or I'll write it down here. Locate Ankleshwar. Now, I don't want you to wake up tomorrow and ask me that you had asked to locate Ankleshwar, but it is not anywhere close to Luni. Ankleshwar is for typical oil deposit, oil field. Okay. Um, then Utkarsh, I revised given books and annotations PPT 4 to 5 times. Utkarsh, uh, write a mail, get in touch. We'll have a conversation there. Okay, this is where you need to understand the priorities, that what is the level of preparation that you need to understand, and accordingly you need to take a decision whether to continue for another year without a job or so on. So get in touch via mail. Okay, and in mains, if they ask question about drainage system, we have to draw the river system. A rough diagram, yes. Kishan, I have a question. Why Ganga river's water is fresh for a longer time period? That is because of certain microbial actions, certain specific microbes which are found to be present only in the Ganga river system. Irrawaddy dolphin Vanchika is to be found across across the Chilika Lake. And yes, Mohammed, we have another inland river, that is Ghaggar. In the region of Haryana, you have another inland river. Even the mythological river Saraswati that people talk about, that also is considered to be an inland river. Okay, how can it originate from the Aravalis? Their height is so less. But so is the case of the Western Ghats and the Amarkantak Plateau as well. It is about the rainfall. Pushkar receives good amount of rainfall. Okay. So now we come to the portion which is a kind of a pet area for UPSC, and that is interlinking of rivers. You will get a question from this either in the mains or in the interview process. In your journey of preparation, either this year or next year, you will get a question from this particular area. Now, what is the concept of interlinking of rivers? And is it a new concept at all? So understand this. Interlinking for the first time was mooted or was actually provided as an idea during the British Empire itself. It was in the 1920s when you had this concept being floated in the Madras Presidency. And the concept was very simple. In India, majority of the rainfall is received into 3 to 4 months of the year. So conservation of water is paramount. But what it also means is that while certain areas of the country they are suffering from devastating floods, simultaneously you have other regions of the country which are experiencing extreme drought like conditions. So that is where this concept germinated, that why not we should transfer the surplus water from a river canal or a river which has got excess water to a river which has got deficient amount of water. So that is the concept of interlinking. Now, this interlinking of river has got its own set of advantages, but there is also a set of drawback associated. Ideally, you should be aware of both of them. You should be aware of the advantages, the pros and the cons, and you should take your own stand that whether interlinking should be carried out or whether it should not be carried out. Don't get any political angle in the way. Okay, leave all the political alignment that you have out of the window when you are preparing for the civil services. So think about it from a very neutral perspective, whether this should be carried out or not. And whichever stance that you have, you should have an absolute conviction. Why I'm saying this is because many of the times, at least in a couple of them, I have seen that when the questions are asked in front of the interview panel, there was one candidate who appeared for the interview last year. I'm not going to take the name. So basically, when he was asked the question about interlinking, initially he said that it should be carried out. But when the panel members they started recounting the cons or the disadvantages, immediately he flipped his side and he said, okay, it should not be carried out. Now, UPSC loves such candidates. The interview panel likes these candidates in the sense that they like to have some entertainment in the overall long and the boring interviews that go on for a very long time. They are on a search for such candidates who they can easily, they can then start to manipulate. So then that candidate was asked a question about, and they knew that this candidate is not very certain about the ideas and he has read something from the book and that is what he is blurting out in front of us. So the next question that was asked from him was about the regulation of OTT platforms, the Netflix, Hotstar, etc. And very quickly, there also, the panel managed to have a kind of a contradicting answer from that candidate himself. Initially, he said there should be no regulation. Eventually, the panel convinced him to say there should be regulation. And what was the marks that that individual got? That poor chap, despite having a very meticulous approach to preparation, he was awarded low marks of around 120 in the interview. So, in a way, that is a surety that you are not going through. So, that is why be very sure about the viewpoint that you are carrying and be absolutely have an absolute conviction about that. So, I'm going to give you both the pros and the cons in this case, and I'm going to leave the judgment to the better aspect of yours. Okay. So, here, when we talk about the interlinking, first of all, the advantages, and then the disadvantages. So, in terms of advantages, what are the advantages that we have? First of all, tackle the dual problem of flood and drought. Then, after that, provide availability of water for the population, that is, water security. Okay. Then, after that, also increase irrigation, means growth in agricultural growth. Then, after that, now, how will you connect these rivers? How will you interlink the rivers? You will have to build canals, connecting canals in between, isn't it? So, when you construct these canals in general, you also are providing a kind of a pathway for the navigation to be made possible, where you can navigate from one river with the boat, you can end up moving to another river altogether. So, that is basically the increased prospect of navigation. Okay. Then after that, another benefit that you can ascribe from it, when you will have canals, you will have water storage structures, etc. There can be pisciculture, fish rearing, aquaculture in general, and that will also end up increasing the farm income in that region, isn't it? It will, in a way, provide income security to the farmers, providing a better economic opportunity. So you have increased prospects of aquaculture, right? Rearing fishes, shrimps, prawns, etc. Then after that, navigation is okay. How many of us we don't have an idea about navigation? Navigation basically is that when you are able to move through or navigate through boats, right? When you row boats or movement of vessels across the rivers, that is navigation. Pisciculture comes in the larger uniform set of aquaculture. Okay. Then overall water retention in the ground increases. And there is a kind of an implied meaning or an implied benefit as well. And that is basically when we talk about the implied benefit, it is the economic benefit. What is the implied economic benefit? So when you will carry out interlinking on a larger scale, that is construction in a way. So when large scale construction is carried out, it provides a cyclical boost to the economy. I hope we have read that in the portion of economics. Your economics would be much better than mine. We would have read there that in the case of the construction sector, it is one of the largest employment generating sectors of the country. And when there is a boom in construction, there's a greater demand of cement and steel. Both cement, steel also, they generate large scale employment. So when you are carrying out construction in a massive level, you are able to provide employment, not only in the immediate sector, but also steel and cement sectors. Now, when you provide employment, that generates demand in the economy, because now people will have some income and they would want to spend that income. So they would buy maybe a refrigerator, maybe a motorcycle, etc. So the demand in economy is created. And when that demand is created, the economic growth follows. So you have associated economic growth due to large scale construction. Okay. Now let us take a look at the disadvantages associated. So what are the disadvantages associated with the interlinking? First of all, high cost involved. High cost. Excuse me. So as per the last estimate, which was provided around 3 to 4 years ago, the estimated cost is expected to be close to around 183 billion. Okay. So that high cost which is involved, that is detrimental. Think about it. Almost the size of the economy of our neighboring state, neighboring country of Pakistan. So that much amount of money is required. But here also you can have a counter argument that all that money won't be required at one go. It is not a kind of a down payment that you have to do in front of a car dealer or something. It is something which will take time. Spending of this $183 billion will take a lot of time. And over a period of time, or let's say if you carry out the same project 50 years from now, the cost will be much higher, maybe 2 times or 3 times. So it makes more sense to take up this construction at a lower cost. That is one side of it. The other side, due to which you have a lot of protests going on whenever you raise the issue of interlinking, it is a sensitive topic. Now, that is where many of the people will tell you, or they will hold the opinion, that India is a developing country having its own developmental priorities. Many of the people are below the poverty line. So you have our own developmental requirements. Can we spend $183 billion in interlinking? So if that question is framed or put up before you, the answer should be that, first of all, this $183 billion should be taken as an investment. It should not be considered as an expenditure. Investment, because it will yield good results coming in the future. It will help in poverty alleviation in the near time future. And secondly, the aspect of poverty alleviation or the present day developmental requirements that you have, that is why interlinking needs to be prioritized. So the areas where you will have easiest of the tangible benefits, their interlinking should be provided first of all. For example, Kosi ends up causing a lot of floods in the region of Bihar. So there is the Kosi Mechi interlink which is being planned. Mechi is a tributary of river Mahananda. So that will transfer the excess water of river Kosi into the river Mechi, and that will provide water into the otherwise water scarce area of northeastern part of Bihar. So those areas can be, first of all, targeted. Then after that, you have land acquisition issues, acquisition issues. Yes, Gayatri, you can always interlink it with the current affairs, always. Then after that, displacement of population. Then after that, threat to biodiversity. Okay. For example, the Kane Betwa link, which is being implemented now, some portion of the Panna Biosphere Reserve, they are going to be submerged. So that is a tiger habitat. So in a way, we are fragmenting the tiger habitat, which is a major cause for the loss of biodiversity. So there is a threat to biodiversity in general. Now, after that, you also have the aspect that cultural reverence of the rivers, that is the cultural sentiments associated with the rivers, associated with the rivers get harmed. So you have people generally having a kind of a cultural reverence. For example, people worship River Godavari, people worship River Kaveri. Now, if they find out that River Godavari's water is brought from Mahanadi also, so always that cultural relevance and reverence that decreases, and that oftentimes has got a kind of an potential to, let's say, offend a group of population. Okay. Then, other than that, unique characteristic of the river is lost. For example, River Ganga is said to have got certain microbes, and which will provide a kind of a curative property for the water of that river. Now, if that water is mixed with another river, maybe the unique characteristic that the river has, that gets vitiated. Then the flow of water is disturbed. And that basically, both of these factors, they will influence aquatic biodiversity. They will influence the aquatic biodiversity in general. So these are the set of advantages that interlinking will bring. They will tackle the problem of flood and drought and so on, and the disadvantages associated with interlinking, why interlinking should not be carried out. Now here, one of the things that you have to understand is that when you are writing an answer for this in the mains exam, or when you are appearing for the interview process, after, let's say, you have said both side of the argument, your conclusion should always be in a particular manner where you talk about it that, look, interlinking is not the final solution. Interlinking of river does not mean that now we won't have water scarcity problem. It might happen that the amount of water in both the river channels might end up getting decreased. It might happen that the transfer is very, very inefficient. So the solution is a long-term solution, and an easier solution, the cheaper solution is that at the local level, we ensure significant amount of rainwater harvesting. We store the excess water received during the monsoon season, so that each and every small area that becomes water sufficient. And when smaller areas become water sufficient, automatically there will be lesser exploitation of the rivers, and there will be easier availability of water as well. So that is something you should keep in mind. Flood is also another option for what? Flood is an option for what, Rahul? And Shivani, does it beneficial to make the roadmap of river flowing through the different regions? Make a roadmap of the rivers, the tributaries. That's it. Regions will come automatically. Disadvantage, Pratima, the first point is that high cost is involved in the construction. In construction, the estimated cost is around $183 billion. Okay. Also, if dams and barrages construction by one state may lead to the cause of concern by the other state. Tushar, that is where the flow of water, what is referred to as ecological flow, that gets disturbed. Okay. Whenever government plans to build some infrastructure projects, there are always protests citing environmental concerns. How far is this justified? We'll discuss this when we talk about, if we get a chance to interact in the environment lectures. So there we will talk about it, about environmental impact assessment with the examples. We'll talk about it. And acquisition means buying of land. Flood is not a disadvantage, my dear friend Rahul. No, flood, it is not going to cause floods. Interlinking of rivers is not going to cause floods. So how can you take that as a disadvantage when you consider the human perspective? And since beginning of preparation, many one, be it teacher or senior, told us that we should adhere to the government. So interview should be given in alignment of what the view of government or viewpoint of mine. So that is a lot of misconception here, that you have to simply toe the line of the government. Understand there's a fine point of balance. I have had few of the candidates that I have had the opportunity to mentor, basically who were absolutely anti-government in their stance. But how do you put it forward? That is important. You have to provide a constructive criticism. You cannot end up saying, when you are applying for a government job, you cannot end up saying that the government is wrong, it should have done this. No, never. For example, take any case. For example, take the case of uh, any event, let's say demonetization, the impact or economic impact of demonetization. You cannot simply say that government should not have done this, it did not care for the people, etc. No. What you can frame this as, that while taking this decision, the government could have considered this so that we could have had lesser conflicts. That is it. You are providing constructive criticism. You are providing a way out. For example, poverty and let's say uh, education is a major challenge. So you cannot say government of India has done nothing for the past 75 years, so now we need to take care of education. No, many more things could have been done. There have been significant achievements, but many more things can be done. Like, so that is where you provide your own suggestions. So this kind of an approach that you follow, that should be reflective in your answer copy as well, and that is always appreciated, trust me. Okay. Okay. And okay, by the way, all of you, many of you are getting confused in what are the advantages and disadvantages. See, flood and drought is not an advantage. This advantage and disadvantage that I'm talking about, it is the advantage of interlinking of rivers. This is the disadvantage of carrying out interlinking of rivers. Okay, understand the difference for them. Yes, these set of advantages and disadvantages, they are more than sufficient. Look at the number of points that we have talked about. We have almost talked about 14 points. Of all these points, even if you end up writing, let's say 20 words for all of this, still you manage a 280 words. So that is more than sufficient if you want to express yourself carefully. Okay. Now, these are the various aspects of interlinking. that that the government, or basically the plan which has been mooted. Please understand, immediately after independence, the government of India picked up the threads for interlinking. And the first few governments which were there, the first few terms which were there, interlinking was considered very seriously. But due to various operational inefficiencies and the developmental priorities that we had, this was put on a back burner. Then again, when you had the late Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, when he became the prime minister, so in the 90s, that is when the aspect of interlinking again picked up pace. And that is when you had committees and commissions which were created. The program was chalked out that how will we go forward for the interlinking. So it was in that phase, in that entire decade or so, where it was finalized that we need to have three plan components or project components. The first, which will join the Himalayan rivers. The second component, which will join the peninsular rivers. And the third component, which will interlink the Himalayan and the peninsular rivers. As of now, we have a few interlinking projects which are on the way, which are being implemented. It has picked up pace a bit, but then again, it is held back because there has been a massive level of protest going on. And that is something which is being observed in the case of Kane Betwa Interlink. Now, Kane Betwa Interlink is again a project which has been continuing for a very, very long time. It has finally started being, or it is being implemented on the ground for the past few years now. Now, it ideally aims to provide water in the otherwise dried area of Bundelkhand. No, Mohammed, these shown projects, these are the plans. These are not completed. Out of these, you have few of the canals here which are close to being completed. The Kane Betwa interlink that you see, Kosi Mechi has been given the cabinet approval. So this will also be implemented. Okay. Many dam and reservoir will have destructed for the river interlinking project. Yes, that is true. Now, this Kane Betwa interlink aims to provide water to the otherwise dried area of Bundelkhand. Bundelkhand is the region which receives very little amount of rainfall. Bundelkhand is that spread which exists in the southern part of UP and northern part of Madhya Pradesh also. That is the region of Bundelkhand. So because of scarcity of rainfall and lack of rainfall in general, there are a frequent crop failures that you experience in that area. That is why, again, those of you belonging from that area will adhere to the fact that basically for the past couple of generations, what has been observed is there is a massive out migration from Bundelkhand. People are migrating to the nearby cities in Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and also Delhi. And they work there as landless or migrant laborers. So, in order to prevent that flight of human capital from the region of Bundelkhand, this project has been provided or is aimed in order to develop the water security of that area. But then in the process, you have the Panna Biosphere Reserve, which is getting submerged. Significant amount of tiger habitat is getting impacted. And that doesn't look good for a state like Madhya Pradesh, which in the latest tiger census, it has got all the indications that the population in Madhya Pradesh is already on a decline. So that is why there is a need for a balanced approach for development. Okay. How much time will be taken to uh, for interlinking of all the rivers? A lot of time, at least a couple of decades. If it would have been China, maybe within 10 years. But because we are a kind of a country that where every one of us have a very distinct opinion about various aspects, so that is why easily 15 to 20 years. And this is basically the list or the link that I was talking about. It is a government website on this list. And in this website, if you explore this website in significant detail, you will find the various interlinking projects, their stages of completion as well, when they are deemed to be completed as well. So all that you'll find in that particular list. Kindly refer to that. Okay. If you want to have a larger factual base for your examination. Otherwise, I would generally suggest to you, restrict yourself to the current affairs very religiously, very regularly, more than sufficient. Okay. Now, after this, we come to the portion of forests. Now, even though forests as a portion is something which we also cover in significant detail in the portion of environment and ecology, here you get questions being asked from the portion of geography as well. So for the portion of prelims, you get questions about regional spread of forest, types of forest, conditions required for the growth, conditions required, and also example of trees. Okay, so that is basically the kind of question that you find to be asked. In the mains, you get questions directly from the state of forest report, the latest one. Okay, and salient features of the forest report that has been indicated. So all of you who are appearing for the examination next year, you will have a forest report which is generated in the month of December this year, or January 2024, you will have a forest report. That should be sufficient. Okay, you should read that in significant detail. So in this PPT, we will be basically talking about the regional spread of the forest, the types of forest, their examples, and also the conditions required along with the state of the forest report. Now, ideally, I would advise all of you, while you are reading this for the first time or you're revising this for the first time, always do that after you have finished the portion of Indian climate. Because when you finish the portion of Indian climate, you get an idea about the rainfall distribution across the country. And that rainfall distribution is also important in terms of natural vegetation. A region which receives very high amount of rainfall naturally will have a different type of forest. So observe both the maps that I have put together. This is about the rainfall. This is basically about the forest. So observe the similarities that you have in terms of the pattern spread. Isn't it? The similarities that you have. So that is something that will help you significantly. Okay. Now, when we talk about the types of forests, so basically in our country, we have distinct type of forests, very varied types of forests which are available. Now, for the forest that is tropical evergreen and semi-evergreen. So tropical evergreen, they grow in regions where the rainfall is around 250 centimeter or greater. Definitely more than 220 centimeter of rainfall. Greater than 220 to 250 centimeter of annual rain. Now, which are the regions of the country which receive this high amount of rainfall? Think about it. Apply logical analysis. Which are the regions of the country which receive very high amount of rainfall? Very good. You have Western Ghats, Northeast, and then Andaman Nicobar. Very good. So this is generally observed in western part of Western Ghats, Northeast states, and also Andaman Nicobar. Many of the regions receive almost around 400, 500 centimeter. Regions of Meghalaya, they will receive close to around 1100 centimeter of rainfall. Then in the surrounding areas, that is the regions which receive very high amount of rainfall, it is not going to be the case that here you receive 400 centimeter, 1 meter away you will receive only 40 centimeter. No. So generally in the vicinity of the evergreen, you'll find the semi-evergreen. It exists in the region where the rainfall. No, Eastern Ghats won't come under this. Eastern Ghats receive very little amount of rainfall. So in the semi-evergreen forest, the rainfall lies generally between 190 centimeter to around 220 centimeter. That is the rainfall. Then you have the tropical deciduous, which is also referred to as the monsoonal forest. Why? Because during the dry season, these trees will shed their leaves in order to conserve themselves, in order to protect themselves, right? And again, during the rainy season, when the water is sufficient, the green leaves will start coming back. So that is the most dominant and the most widespread forest across the country. That is tropical deciduous. The largest aerial coverage of the forest in the country is tropical deciduous. So this is also of two types. This is of moist deciduous and also dry deciduous. So moist deciduous, rainfall requirement in between, let's say 100 to 200 centimeter, but roughly around 140 centimeter is ideal for it. So 100 to 200 centimeter. Then dry deciduous, here you will have rainfall in between around the region of roughly 70 to 100 centimeter. Okay, so Munna, the portion of Eastern Ghats that you're talking about, they will have the deciduous forest in general. Okay, the Eastern Ghats that you're talking about, that will be found to be in deciduous forest. Then you have thorn forest, where the rainfall requirement is even lesser. So in the regions of Telangana, Vidarbha area of Maharashtra, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, in all these areas, you will find the tropical thorn forest. And that is where you will find that the rainfall is roughly around 40 centimeter to 70 centimeter. Then you have the montane forests, typically found in the mountainous areas, and littoral and swamp forest found in the coastal landscape, the islands that we have, and also in the inland lake ecosystem around that you have this. So by this and by this particular slide, what I want to convey to you guys is, please try to observe this and understand this with the help of rainfall distribution. If you analyze the rainfall distribution, how rainfall is getting distributed in different areas, you will always end up having a better clue and organic formation of the forest that we have. If you try to learn it out, there will be a lot of difficulty. It will be a kind of a disaster in waiting, because you will end up confusing Eastern Ghats with Western Ghats. You will end up confusing Jharkhand with Chhattisgarh. A lot of issues will arise in that region. Okay. So that is basically the aspect of the types of forest. Now we take a look at few of the forest. Tropical evergreen. Evergreen, why? We have talked about it. Consistently, it will give you the green appearance, very dense trees, very dense canopy of trees. The canopy is very thick and large. What is canopy? Canopy cover. So when you talk about any tree, the green foliage that you have, that is the branches, the stems, etc. This is what is referred to as the canopy. Okay, so in order to access the sunlight in the maximum possible manner, these trees, they grow very tall and they build a very dense canopy in order to take all that amount of sunlight. Okay, so here in India, we find them to be present in the western slope of the Western Ghats, hills of the northeastern region, and the Andaman Nicobar Islands. That is where you will find it. And an annual, what is the condition required? An annual precipitation of over 220 centimeter and an annual average temperature above 22 degrees Celsius. Okay, so that is basically the conditions required. The type of trees that you have: rosewood, mahogany, any, ebony, etc. And this year, a question was asked in the prelims about another tree which belongs to the tropical evergreen category, and that is jackfruit. Jackfruit. So, jackfruit also, this was a question asked in prelims this year. This also belongs to the evergreen category. Okay. Madhur, before it was 200. Where was it 200? Okay. Palak, the faunal species that you find in that region and the analysis of that, will do it in the, or you will do it whenever you cover environment and ecology in general, because understand there also you have application of logic in that case. Okay, what logic? The type of animals which are to be found in an area. Understand the logic. So when we talk about the, I'm just giving the example in this case, I'm not going to give the example in other cases. So for example, if you have very tall trees with very dense canopy cover, what do you think will be the availability of sunlight on the ground surface? The ground, will it have availability of sunlight or will it be devoid of sunlight? What do you think? Very good. It will be devoid of sunlight, right? It will have very little amount of sunlight available. Now, if there is no sunlight at the ground surface, means you won't have any plant growth on the ground surface. The small plants won't be there. What does that mean? That the small terrestrial herbivores that you have, the traditional herbivores that we associate with, those won't be found. So here you will find a lot of decomposers, insects will be found in large proportion. And also here you will find arboreal species, the monkeys, the chimpanzees, the apes, they will be found in large numbers along with a large variety of birds. So it is basically by the characteristic of the forest itself or a vegetation itself that we can come at an idea about the faunal community as well. We study this under the portion of biomes in the part of environment and ecology. Madhur, in NCRT book, it is written 200 centimeter and above in tropical evergreen forest. Fair enough, Madhur, but that is largely incorrect, because in the same NCRT book, look at the, what do you think is the requirement of semi-evergreen forest? There also you will find 200, 190 to 200 centimeter. Find out the moist deciduous forest. It also tells you that 180 to 200 you will have moist deciduous, 100 to 200 in general. So there are certain mistakes which are there in the NCRT. Please don't hold the NCRT liable. Use your logic, use your brain, because if you take a look at the rainfall, I want you to take a look at this. This is again, by the way, an NCRT image. So observe the light blue and the dark blue areas where you find the rainfall. In general, where you have the tropical evergreen, there you will find that it is around 400 centimeter of rainfall, in many areas above 400. So NCRT in this case has done a bit of mistakes as well, and it has given the same range of rainfall for evergreen, semi-evergreen, moist deciduous, but that is simply not possible. Okay, is that understood? Now, then we come across the semi-evergreen forest. It is found in less rainier areas, areas which receive slightly lesser amount of rainfall. Okay, so here you will find that sunlight penetrates to the bottom, and observe that on the bottom or on the forest floor, you will find the growth of the plants as well. That is also happening on the forest floor. So less rainy parts of the regions, Western Ghats, Northeastern region, and Andaman Nicobar. So around 200 centimeter of rainfall will do. White cedar, hollock, and kale, these are the famous examples. Okay. Now, then you have the tropical deciduous forest, which are also referred to as monsoonal forest in general. Why? Because the greenery is very much associated with the onset of monsoon. When you have monsoonal rainfall which is received, the forest becomes very, very green. Otherwise, it gives you a bone dry appearance in general. So depending upon the amount of rainfall, you have the moist deciduous and dry deciduous. Ideally, again, NCRT tells you that moist deciduous grows in a region of 100 to 200 centimeter. But ideally, wherever the rainfall is between 120 to 160 centimeter, that is the ideal place for the growth of the moist deciduous. And wherever the rainfall is between around 75 to 85, 95 centimeter, dry deciduous types of forests, they end up growing. Okay. I hope that is understood. Okay. Do you need me to go slow? See, why I was picking up the pace is because this is very factual in general. This is basically the aspect where we have already discussed about the rainfall required as well as the type of forest. But nonetheless, we'll take it slow if possible. But then understand, majority of it is very, very factual, that you have to be dependent upon the factual aspects of the PPT itself. Uh, and Ruchi, the Western Ghats and Northeastern region receives rainfall during monsoon. How they have evergreen forest because of the excessive amount of moisture which is prevalent. See, evergreen forest, they are a sum product or they are a determinant of the moisture which is available. It is not dependent whether the rainfall is happening on a daily basis, etc. If the moisture is available so much throughout the year, you will have evergreen. Okay. Tushar, but the jackfruit also found in other parts of the country other than the above mentioned areas. So it is a tropical evergreen variety of plant. That is why it becomes very tricky in the case of the question paper. And other than that, jackfruit, the other two were quite simple. So, jackfruit, how you can basically come across the solution of that is, if ever you have seen this year in the prelims, that is why many of the questions which were asked were from the basis which would test your information or your awareness rather than whether you have read a book. For example, when you take a look at the jackfruit tree, you will never observe or experience a jackfruit tree to have shed all their leaves, right? It will always have the green appearance. The fruits appear during this particular time of the year, but otherwise you will always find that there are leaves which are available. So those are the observational characteristics that you have to bring forward in the exam. Similar is the case with the question regarding honeybees, orangutan, etc. So those are the observational questions. Okay. Now, yes, it is generally grown in Western Ghats, but Tushar is also correct that jackfruit vegetation nowadays and plantation nowadays, you will find it in many areas in Chhattisgarh, in Odisha, in Jharkhand, in West Bengal. You will find a lot of areas having jackfruit plantation also. Okay. So now I hope the speed is a bit absorbed. Now we can move ahead. So the moist deciduous forest, rainfall ideally between 120 to 160 centimeter. And where do you find that? Eastern states along the foothills of the Himalayas. That is the foothills of the northern portion of Bihar, northern portion of West Bengal, northern portion of Uttar Pradesh, in Uttarakhand also, then eastern slopes of the Western Ghats, Andaman Nicobar, parts of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha. In all these areas, you find the moist deciduous forest in existence. So here you will find a lot of commercial trees. For example, teak, sal, shisham, sandalwood. All of these, basically mahua, all of these are species of tropical moist deciduous. Okay, so the easiest way to remember it is basically think about the commercial trees. They are found to be present in moist deciduous region. Okay. Then dry deciduous. Rainfall is lesser. So where do you find around 70 to 100 centimeter of rainfall? Almost through the entirety of the central part of the country. The amount of rainfall is in this range. So almost in the entirety of the plain area, you have this much amount of rainfall, roughly between 65 to somewhere between 85 to 90 centimeter. That is the region where you have the dry deciduous forest. Now here, most parts of India, plains of Uttar Pradesh, plains of Bihar, higher rainfall areas in Peninsular Plateau and the northern plains in general. This is very, very widespread. Here you will find tendu, right? Tendu leaves, which are used for what? For making bidis, right? The handmade cigarettes that you have, the bidis. So tendu leaves are used for that rolling of those cigarettes. Then red sanders, that is something which has earlier people would not know about red sanders, but after the famous movie came out, now everybody, regardless of whether they don't know about the tree next to their house or they don't know about any other tree, they would know about red sanders. So I'm sure all of us, most of us are aware about red sanders. Typically grows in the region of Andhra Pradesh and in the Shesh Chalam region. That is where this tree is typically to be found. Takes around 15 to 20 years to mature, right? That is when you have the proper productivity associated. But then this tree is smuggled in significant quantity, very large quantity. It is smuggled from one place to another. Where is it smuggled to? Generally China, Japan, and other parts of East Asia. Anyways, any question that you come across that where this is being smuggled to, China is one of the favorite destinations for smuggling of many of the items. So it is smuggled to China because of the aromatic, certain aromatic properties that it has, because of certain medicinal properties it is said to have, because of the in the region of Japan, this tree or the wood is used for making acoustic musical instruments. So that is basically why red sanders is used. Okay. Red sander is popular because it has got that very good tonation aspect associated, for which it is used in musical instruments. It is said to have certain medicinal properties, and always the aesthetic value is also there. Okay. You have palas, amaltas, bale, kher, axlewood, etc. These are the other trees. Red sanders is found in the Shesh Chalam region in India. Why it is smuggled and not sold? Oh, why it is smuggled and not sold? Okay, because if you sell it out, you will need to have proper channels for selling it out, and you need to own those trees, isn't it? Because these typically grow in the forest areas which are controlled by the government, and in order to sell them you need to grow them on their own, and for that you need a 15 to 20-year time period. People don't have that much time. People want to earn money today and earn money now. So what will they do? They go to the forest, they cut down these trees, give some money to the forest officials. The forest services officer also takes some money, and it is smuggled. Okay. Why government of India doesn't? It is endangered. It has been put under endangered by IUCN. Okay. And then we have the thorn forest, typically the regions of Telangana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Punjab, Haryana, western part of Uttar Pradesh, some parts of Vidarbha region, some parts of central Karnataka, some parts of western Tamil Nadu. There, the rainfall, wherever it is very less, you have tropical thorn forests which end up growing. Now, here you will find babool, bear, wild date, kher, neem, khejri, palas. Observe, here also you find palas, bale, and kher. Here also you find palas and kher. What does that tell you? That you have certain tree species which can grow in a little less amount of rainfall also, and if slightly greater amount of rainfall, then also they don't have a problem. So that basically tells you that the forest type It is not going to be the case that till here you have very dense equatorial rainforest and from here you have the thorn forest. No. Generally, there's a transition: evergreen forest, semi-evergreen, moist deciduous, dry deciduous, and then comes the thorn forest. There is that kind of a transition which is in existence. Now, another thing that I want you to observe before I will end the session, and that is the region of Punjab, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh. Look at the type of trees that grow. Thorn forest. Why? Because the rainfall is around 50 to 70 centimeter. So they don't receive that much rainfall that naturally deciduous forests can be supported. So ideally, when we grow crops here, what does your common sense tell you? Which kind of crop should be grown if you are seriously concerned about nature? Those kind of crops which require only around 40-50 centimeter of rainfall, they will be ideal to be grown here. For example, pulses, for example, millets, etc. They would be ideal. Now, what is grown here in these states? We grow rice, we grow sugarcane. Both of them require how much of rainfall? 120 to 140 centimeter of rainfall. So where do you get that excess water from? By pumping out the underground water. And when you pump out the underground water, it is leading to water scarcity. So that is how we get an idea that naturally this is what nature offers us in this area. If we continue with this kind of a growth, nature will be happy, water level will be sufficient. What we are doing, we are growing the crops unsuitable for that region. Why? MSP is provided. So we are growing crops unsuitable for that region, unsustained agriculture, leading to water scarcity. And look at the disputes which have started coming up. In between Punjab and Haryana, you have the dispute which is coming up for water sharing, right? So when you are exporting that rice, are you also not exporting the groundwater along with it? So we are exporting our natural resources if we are growing rice from this region and exporting them. So that is the aspect of sustainable and green agriculture that we'll talk about tomorrow after we complete the portion of soil, and then we enter into the portion of agriculture tomorrow. That is when we'll talk about it. So that is where we'll end the session here today. And I hope the session has been helpful to you. And tomorrow again, we will continue, and we'll continue from the portion further ahead. We'll talk about the state of the forest report, the montane forest, etc. Okay. Yes, Pulkit, it is same as the semi-arid forest. Pooja, it should be 40 centimeter. Why it should be 40 centimeter, my dear friend? Is it because it is mentioned somewhere in general? Now, what tells you that that is the kind of a final demarcation? That if 41 centimeter, then this forest won't grow. It is never the case that you will have only one amount of rainfall which is required. Slight variation here and there. That is why you have trees. So think about it. If Khair, Palas, Khejri, here we have said that it grows in 70 to 100 centimeter. Here we are saying that it grows in less than 50 centimeter. So trees have a tolerance for water. Okay, it is not as if 41 centimeter, 51 centimeter means this tree will die. No, there is a general tolerance window which is available. Okay, I hope that is understood. Okay. Anjali, is NCRT data about core, mantle, and crust wrong? The data about the density of continental and oceanic crust, that is wrong. Yes. Shanaan is disputed between Punjab and Himachal, Janvi, that is correct. But the sharing of generally the SYL, the Satluj Yamuna link canal, that has brought which states under dispute? It has brought Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi fighting for water. Okay. I'm not talking about Shanaan here. I'm talking about the general sharing of river Satluj. That is under dispute. Why? because there's a lot of water requirement in the agricultural areas of Punjab and Haryana, which should not be there ideally. Okay. And Pranay, recently I studied CACP recommend states of Punjab to look into crops which ideally grown. This was actually recommended to Punjab in 1880s or 1980s itself, in the early 1980s. We'll talk about it more in detail when we talk about the portion of Green Revolution and the limitations of Green Revolution. Many countries deliberately not cultivate rice because of groundwater. Yes, rice is a tropical crop. You don't find many of the crops basically which have or many of the countries which grow rice which are not present in tropical areas. So that is why rice is typically grown in the tropical areas, and that too in those regions which receive very high amount of rainfall. Look at the regions of China which grow rice. It is a Yunnan province, that is the southern part of China, receives monsoonal rainfall. Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos receives very high amount of rainfall. In India itself, Assam, then Bengal, Odisha, then the region of Tamil Nadu coastline, western part of Western Ghats. These are the areas of high rainfall where you can grow the rice in general. Ashwant, if they ask question regarding the dispute between Punjab and Haryana, if I'm saying the reasons which you pointed out, then there will be a chance of contradictory. See, if there is a chance of contradictory question, always be ready for that, in the sense that if you have a conviction about what you are saying, what will be the spontaneous question? So that means we should not grow these crops. We should grow these crops, but there should be a phase out into high value crops such as vegetables, fruits, etc., which will give us larger amount of income in the process as well. By the way, guys, I will have this announcement tomorrow as well. Saturday, we are going to have an extra session for the class which was cancelled on Monday, and 1 hour we lost earlier. So we are going to have a Saturday session roughly from 6 a.m. to roughly around 10:30 or 11. We are going to have the last session on Saturday. Why does Haryana, Punjab, and Uttar Pradesh exist in tropics? Because they receive very little amount of rainfall, my dear friend. Okay. Sachin, we can't keep it 7 to 12 because from 12 again you have the classes, weekend classes which begin. So that is why. And then Vejri, yesterday you told some of the favorite areas of UPSC, for instance, cyclones, ocean currents. Yes, you can leave the session. Those of you who don't have any doubt, you can leave the session. Ocean currents. So, can you please provide the list of such topics so statics and dynamics around them can be looked upon by us? So, this will happen automatically if you look at the previous year questions discussion. So, in the tablets, you will find the previous year question discussion for the past 10 years and so, mains and prelims. And I have recorded the videos for that. So kindly take a look into that. You will get an analysis of the areas. For example, urban development, problems associated with urban development, increasing farm income, water security. These are the areas where UPSC hovers around quite continuously. Okay. Additional reading materials will be provided to you. Write to us at IAS Live and will be provided to you, Deepak. Pulkit, my question is, on one hand, we aim to increase forest cover to 33%, but on the other hand, we have to accommodate ever-growing population as well. How can we keep both things go in hand? So it is not as if that when you grow forests, you have to push people out of there. Right. You have people who have been living there for a long period of, yes, the population has increased. You have the urban centers, but the next phase of growth, the next generation of growth which should be required would be of urban green spaces, where you will have the urban buildings and the urban architecture, including trees and green spaces. So that will increase the tree cover. Okay, that will also help us achieve the goal. It can be revised, Asif. Okay, and We have to learn the name of all the ocean currents. You should be aware of the names, Vikram, for prelims. So if someone started preparing from today, okay. So this is the question. Ephemeral rivers basically are the ones which come into existence for a short period of time and then the flow almost pans out. Madhur, you had a question about the aspect, or you didn't have a question. Someone else had a question that if we start preparing from today, please understand a couple of things before I end the session. And that is, let's say if your preparation has not been up to your satisfactory level till today, the worst thing that you can do to yourself is start worrying about it. That is the absolute worst thing that you will do. And another worst thing that you will do right now, absolute disservice to yourself, look at the question paper and then decide your preparation strategy. Absolutely not. Understand you still have 12 months before the prelims examination. Ideally, what the aim should be that by the end of December, 31st of December, you should have completed the portion of general studies, the at least the big four subject twice or thrice. What are the big four subjects? Polity, economy, geography, history. Complete these twice or thrice. Then take a look at the current affairs should be done on a daily basis, revised on a monthly basis with the monthly magazines. Optional should be completed by 31st of December. And that is when, from the month of November itself, initiate the preparation for the prelims test series. The more you revise, the better chances that you have. It is not delayed. You are not late at all. I have endless examples. I'll tell you without taking the name. One of the examples I'll tell you. One of the people that I know, basically, she had qualified IIM, Indian Institute of Management, and she was very much into the marketing sector. She was working in Procter and Gamble, and she was doing well there. It was in the month of December that she decided to take a break. She left a job, started the preparation in the month of January, cracked the prelims, cracked the mains, got rank 169. So if you know what you have to do, it is absolutely doable. But if you start self criticism that I'm not doing so much, others will be better, etc., there is no end to it. Always remember one thing: today you know more than what you knew yesterday. Tomorrow you will know more than what you know today. Every day is a progress. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Carry on the good work. Okay. Now, for forest services, what all optional? Any optional that you take. Generally, the optionals are not asked in significantly deeper portions. How important NCRT of 11th and 12th human geography? Uh, if you are covering PPT and ARM, you can restrict yourself to that and the current affairs itself. Okay, that should be sufficient. So that is where I'll end the session here today, guys. Till we meet again tomorrow, take care of yourself. Goodbye, and try to revise. And again, we will have an extra session on Saturday. Okay, so take care of yourself. We meet again tomorrow when we carry the discussion forward. Vikram, carry out the revision, revise as much as possible, the same thing. Okay.
ಯಾಕೋ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ